It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
It's week 5 here at the Nace Star League. We are ready for some Counter-Strike, and I am absolutely prepped and ready for some fantastic games this evening. I'm pumped. My name is Vincent. I'm joined by Seymour, and Seymour, please tell me how you're doing, man.
Hi, Pumped. I'm Seymour, and I'm ready to see some CSGO today. You know, not very often do I find myself on a CSGO desk, but here we are. I'm ready to see some games. I know on the docket we have 2 fantastic matches lined up, and this can't be any more ready to get into it.
Yeah, I mean, that we do have some fantastic matches, but before we get into that, let's talk about the season. We are knee-deep in the regular season right this moment. I mentioned week 5, but that leads into the conference play-in, and of course, then a conference champion has to be crowned off the back of that. Of course, if you're not able to make it through those last chance qualifier, that's for you, where you can head in towards playoffs, all with the hope, the dream, to make it to those in-person grand finals that's happening in December.
And, you know, I'm excited for this season, just across the board for any, game that we have here in the Nace Star League, because bringing in a last chance qualifier gives so much opportunity to teams just to have an even longer season. But today, on the docket, like I said, 2 fantastic matches. We start a varsity premiere with RIT Orange going up against Michigan Tech University. Then we head over to look at some open teams for Nace Star League. Simon Fraser and University of British Columbia. 2 Canadian teams, so, cannot argue with that when I myself, Canadian, strong and proud.
You're out here representing. I mean, I can appreciate that. And you know what? I think that these are going to be 2 fantastic matches at that. There's so much to kind of look forward to. But, well, what exactly are they playing for? That's a pretty darn significant scholarship prize pool. $2,500 is what first place will be taking away. $1,250 for second. And then both third and fourth will get $625 respectively, which is not too shabby to say the least. Isn't quite first place pricing, but it's definitely getting close regardless. And I think that's awesome. It's great to see. And well, for me, I just get so excited to be able to have some scholarship money on the line.
Right. I mean, usually you're playing for a prize no matter what inside tournaments, but to go towards scholarships, that goes a long way for a lot of students.
That it does. And you know what else goes a long way? One of our amazing partners in Extra Life, Nace Star League. We want to thank them for all of their support. Head over to extralife.org for more information on how you can help change the future with games. And, well, they're not their only supporter that I want to talk about. Well, we also run on Dunkin'. If you don't know what Dunkin' Donuts is, come on, what rock have you been living under? But if you don't know where Dunkin' is, you can click the Twitch panel right down below, find out where the Dunkin' near you is located, and go fuel up for your Nace games. Get prepared and get started over there at Dunkin'.
Love me some Dunkin', and a couple of these teams, probably love them some Dunkin' too right before the matches, just to get a little bit warmed up. But it's going to take us forward into our matches. For match number for these two, we're going to be looking at 30 rounds with overtime, a bomb timer of 40 seconds, and starting cash of $800. So typical CSGO format, nothing too over the top, and I'm sure these teams have been playing this for plenty of years.
Yeah, basically, if you've seen Counter-Strike before, you're going to be seeing the exact same thing that you would typically tend to expect, is what that means. And, well, let's talk about these teams. Just kind of run me through the basics here with this first matchup.
Well, you're going to look at the rosters, and, you know, a couple things standing out to me right away. Michigan Tech, stand-it, say you will, going to come in for a little bit of a substitute. But, you know, RT Orange, 4-0, Michigan Tech, 3-1. Both teams, you know, just kind of knocking on the doorstep of being even between the two of them. And if Michigan Tech can take them down, it's going to be a huge feat to accomplish for the Huskies today. But it's no easy task, you know, when this team of RT Orange is undefeated in map count across the whole season. Only 2 close games too within those 8 games that they have played, you know, in week 1 and week 3. So it's been pretty straightforward for this team, really run of the mill for the Tigers, whereas the Huskies, you know, it's a totally different story. You know, they lose in week number 2 versus Kennesaw, an 0-2 loss too. So it's something that you're going to have to look at and you're going to have to improve on if you are the Huskies. And they have, you know, they've been 4-0 since that loss. And during the loss, it wasn't a stomping. It was a close game, a 16-19 loss and a 13-19 loss. So it's something to really kind of take home and look at that. There was a chance there to win it. So next time, you can just improve.
Yeah, and listen, I can say with certainty, as I was on that broadcast, that game was definitely not one that Michigan Tech were out of the realm of possibility of winning. In fact, there was a crazy comeback from Kennesaw State in the first map. That was Vertigo, if I'm not mistaken. But regardless, a while back, our first map of the evening is actually going to be Overpass. This is a map that RIT picked out. But, you know, what really worries me about this Overpass pick, Seymour, if I can be frank, is, well, MTU, this is their most played map as well. So, yeah, RIT are good. Don't get me wrong. I got a lot of respect for this RIT roster, but it's not like MTU are walking into this thing without experience here. Not only do they have experience, but a lot of good experience.
Well, if you can be pumped and you can be Vincent, you can be frank too. And I love that point that you're bringing up with Overpass. I think that, you know, this is going to be a tough one to walk into and take down a team that is undefeated in map count. I'm sure that RIT Orange are going to be prepped for this one, especially considering it's their map pick. RIT, you know, they banned out Ancient, they banned out Dust, Huskies, they banned Mirage and Vertigo. So, I mean, the overall maps that we're going to get is an Overpass pick from RIT, a Nuke pick from Huskies, and then Inferno is where we're going to end off if this does go all the way into a map number 3. So you have to watch out for, you know, the differences in these teams when we go from map to map. And, you know, when I was talking about the overall from them, I found a few comparisons too, because, you know, RIT, they have yet to play Kennesaw, so it's really hard to, you know, match up these two rosters against each other and how they're going to play, considering that the Huskies lost to Kennesaw, but we haven't even seen how RIT do against that team. So I think right now, if you can look at this from either side, and Huskies can walk in today, show the improvements from that loss over Kennesaw, and take down an undefeated team, really shakes up the standings for what we see in this Eastern Conference.
I'm really glad that you brought that up, Seymour, because that is the perfect point to make right now. RIT, yeah, they're 4-0, but I don't think it would be fair not to mention the fact that they've been playing on easy mode as of the last 4 matches. I mean, listen, no disrespect to any of those teams, they're all giving it their all, but comparatively, the top of the of this division is all RIT, KSU, and MTU. And like you said, RIT haven't played any of them, where MTU have had the opportunity and had the privilege of matching up against that dominant Kennesaw State team.
I mean, the only comparison we have for them is versus NEU Gold. And, you know, when I was talking about that RIT have only had 2 close games, one of their close games was to NEU Gold with a 16-13 win. I mean, that's nothing to write home to mom about if you are RIT Orange with this undefeated map record. When you're looking at the Huskies and when they went up against NEU Gold, they smoked them, only losing 7 rounds of instance. So when you look at it in comparison to that match, you can see that, you know, the Huskies going into this match against the Tigers, this is definitely one that they can walk out on top for.
No doubt in my mind, but we are getting things underway, and, well, it looks like a B-hit is coming forward. It was looking to be pretty quickly, but this boost from Childs is going to make life miserable for Uni. First player to move forward gets taken out, and the rest of the utility comes forward.
Well, RT, they find the equalizer, but as soon as you walk into the site, I mean, the pistols lined up, all 3 players here from the Huskies, kind of setting up the slaughterhouse that is this site over at B. But you do find yourself in a 2v3. The unfortunate part for RIT is that they don't really have the health to back it up, and you can see as soon as they take the gunfights, that's a pretty easy cleanup for the Huskies in round 1.
Yeah, let's talk individuals for a moment, because we didn't really get to... I feel like we didn't have a ton of time to discuss these players. So let's do that right now in this round, because, well, it looks like RIT are going to go for the save, so with just Glocks, surely not too much to look at. On the RIT side, K2, and alongside them, MJB as well. But K2 is the main individual that I want you to keep your eyes on. Is an advanced player, played this last season with Carry Esports, very, very solid indeed. And then for MTU, it's got to be Retina. Retina on this map is just a force to be reckoned with, and you can see it here in the anti-eco. 4 quick kills from Retina makes it look so simple.
Yeah, and the double stacked party definitely bodes well to the Huskies for a second round win. RIT, they didn't get the plant back in round number 1 in the pistols, so they go for the full eco to lead into round number 3. They get the rifles now. They have, the money to back themselves into this round. On the other side, I mean, Huskies, you're still on a bonus here. You got the 3 SMGs and the FAMAS, so I'd like to see them play aggressive again towards party, like we see the stack coming through again. 4 players from the Tigers going to be looking to push through that, and if Huskies are prepared, they might be able to do some significant damage to this economy.
That's a great point. We'll have to see if that can be the case, but right now, RIT are technically working with the significant advantage. It's a double swing, and MJB, other man that has been very consistent for RIT, is able to do one of those 2-for-1 trades that we love so much.
Rifle recovered for Retina, and definitely with the full armor, that is going to be something tough to walk up against if you are going to be RIT, and a kit for them. So even losing out on those 2 players, the fact that you get a rifle into Retina's hand, I mean, that is a big impact right now for the Huskies to just have a chance here.
Yeah, it's terrifying putting anything like a rifle, like an AK, into Retina's hand. But I mean, like, Retina, just to put into perspective, he regularly drops like 40 kills on this map. So, like, and that's in regulation often. So
just the wrong read. When you look, Retina and number 3, say you will, both stacked up towards A. All alone's going to be Lucky Andre and K2. That is probably the easiest kill you're going to get. Have to be careful here for the rotation if you are Huskies to lose on your second. You give a little bit of a time for Retina to get this rotation and help you out. Bomb's going to go down. Benji holding the front line. Excellent spread on Retina. The trade will be there from Say You Will. The damage is done, and picks up the AK, and it looks like he's going to concede this one. Just give it up and, walk into the next round with an AK in hand.
Yeah, I was going to say, I kind of would have liked to see the Huskies just walk away from that. But Retina, the endgame leader for this Husky squad, thought maybe there was a chance, and in fairness, you get in there, you get a kill or 2, and suddenly things become a lot more doable. But Say You Will is going to be able to recover this rifle, keep it up into the next round. And, oftentimes it's dangerous on the CT side. After you win the pistol, win the anti-eco, you're suddenly broke if you lose the bonus round. This time, because of the Huskies' 5 players staying alive in that anti-eco, they have enough money. I mean, they have plenty, in fact, and Andre, the only person who's, on the lower side, is going to be able to be bought up.
Look at this. Op coming out in round 4 for Retina, too. Glass cannon op. All the way over to A short, so it looks like they just want to spearhead an attack, see if they can find an opening pick for the Huskies with this, hero rifle being taken over. They're going to opt into the buy-in.
He sat in the nade. Look at the damage that Retina took there.
It's not even that much with the op. He can just hold down the sight, but they're going to expect it. The swing is good to, blindside him a little bit. Op on the ground now, as Benji will confirm that kill. However, it's not done yet. You see Childs is going to opt in for an aggressive angle as well.
And that's the difficulty here for the Huskies, is that there's really not a part of this team for RIT that is particularly inexperienced. I'd say that Proto is the least experienced, but even him, he has open playoff experience. He's been in some of these harder scenarios at a higher level. So it definitely is a situation where you can't let yourself get too aggressive like Retina did there.
Oh, but Childs, are they going to expect this? Benji picks up the op, I'm sure. Childs hears the scope in, so the audio cues are here. Big question is, do they clear this corner for Childs because nobody has expected it just yet. Nade's going to be thrown out. The trigger discipline. Childs just waiting for a chance to strike. He's letting them all walk by. They have no idea. Childs, he strikes only good for one. The op will be able to trade out, but now you're shaken up on the inside, and Andre finds a second one, evening up the lives, 3 apiece. Things get a little bit dangerous with the bomb down. Now RT definitely have to invest a little bit of utility to back up Huskies, and they will for this bomb plant to green.
That duel, so important to win that. If you were MTU, try to take advantage of the fact that the planter was preoccupied with the bomb and punching the numbers. Unfortunately, you can't swing K2 and expect him to go down without a fight. He takes 3 kills there and puts RIT into the driver's seat, tying this game up to 2-2. The Huskies a little bit overzealous in the first stages of that, and maybe I should say Retina specifically, maybe sticking around a bit too long.
Definitely biting off a little bit too much than Pikachu with that op. And as soon as Benji recovers it, hands it over to Proto, I mean, now that it's basically a free op going into the next round. They equalize the score if you're RAT. And you kind of break the economy of Huskies. So now on the anti-eco, looking to make this clean. Beautiful shot from Uni. Trying to hunt down the second one. No, he's there down on stack, but it's all a ruse over towards Monster, pulling a couple lives over, or a couple bodies over to B. Huskies, if you look at the map, they've actually kind of flipped this one out over towards a long. You look down, that's beautiful shots there from Retina. Not enough to take a kill, but a lot of damage done. The last 3 players of Huskies could definitely make this quite costly.
They could, but man, getting into position to do so is going to be just a bit tough. And okay, maybe less tough than I'd imagine. Lord of Pies and Childs both collect a kill of their own. Those low HP players absolutely threatened. And the upgrade to the AK. Childs, no armor though, so should be running away, and he will.
Busy though.
Looks like it.
Lurking a little bit towards a long. Maybe hoping somebody just went to take the duel and pulls an exit. You know, just another kill for the Huskies. More damage to RIT. But the respect is being shown from the Tigers. And, you know, nobody looking to lose out on anything more than what they've had taken from them. 3 players are going to be left standing for RIT at the end of the round. They're going to take the lead here on Overpass. And only giving up 1 AK over to Childs. Definitely could have been a lot worse than that. Yeah,
it feels like MTU did, you know, pretty standard damage. The collect an AK for the next round, and so if you ask me, everybody can kind of walk away from that round feeling like they did okay. You know, RIT didn't lose too many. MTU, they got a couple of kills and even saved an AK. So this coming round, very important as we see the AWP back out here for Proto. Retina has had to put it away, and it's going to be ultra aggression.
All the way to playground. Benji has no idea, does not expect it. You still have Proto with the op, so op's not done just yet for Retina. Drops the smoke and the flash to allow for an exit. But enough damage there from Huskies. Just taking down Benji alone has brought the Tigers to a complete halt.
I don't know that I love that trade situation from MTU, but great work from Retina. Once he sees the AWP posted there, knows that that's a losing fight and backs out of it. That is important. We saw him get exposed there in that first gun round with the AWP, and this time makes the right decision to play it more passively. I love that.
Yeah, but just because of this aggression, I mean, you see K2 now, you know, buddied up towards A long. They burn a flash. They burn a lot of time off that clock. Now only 46 seconds to rotate over to B. But the stack is here for the Huskies. 2 players and Childs now going to have control of Heaven. So, I mean, Huskies are making all the right decisions. Through Monster, you get the pop flash in. The flood on, through will be Uni leading the charge. Lucky Andrew going to be first contact. Trade from Childs. So 1 for 1. Keeps us even. Say you will, down in the pit alongside his teammate. Smoke's going to be out, but is it going to be enough for RET to find themselves back into this? Well, it's a team kill from Proto with the Tech 9. Op snaps for the shot on Say You Will. 1v1 now Retina, but 9 HP for Proto. Op definitely can make this happen, but there's only 10 seconds left. Retina's going to make some noise. And if you're Proto, you have to go for the plant just to prolong this. 4 seconds left.
He just got it.
Just gets it down, but Retina going for the dry swing here. Proto, 9 HP. Should be a cleanup here. Proto's not watching it, so he's going to be beheaded.
So hard if you're Proto in that situation, but I think probably the right decision is to fall back. But, of course, that in and of itself bears so much risk. It's so difficult. Doesn't know where Retina is going to be coming from. And we've already seen early into this game how willing Retina is to take ridiculous angles. It wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility for him to just ego swing that. So I think RIT understanding that situation, Proto specifically understanding that situation, but it's RIT to lose the round in the 1v1. But you know what that does to the CT economy? It's a tale as old as time, isn't it? You win the round, but now you're up against the wall. An MP9, a FAMAS, not a lot of util either. Whoa!
Woo! Through the wall at least. Damage done. Retina forced off the aggression this time. He respects it a lot more than he did last time with the op in hand. But Proto buys up to an op, so this could be very damaging if RIT lose this when already taking that much damage. I mean, that was quite the nade.
The timing on that shot too through the wall was just phenomenal. Whatever the info, or maybe it was random, either way. But RIT, they've put themselves in a pretty good position here. I like this setup towards A. That boost towards long, also very clever. It's not going to find anything yet, but it's good to be being careful of that angle because you don't know where that AWP has actually fallen back towards. It could be walking into its crosshairs, but you don't really know.
Shouts is going to have contact here. 2 players walking down long. Retina still tucked away. The flash is good. K2 takes out the op. 1 player left here. Shouts tucked away in a corner towards Bank, but the nade should back him up. Only minimal damage, but the smoke. Given the cross. Shouts going to find a molly in hand. Slides out for the second one, but can't make it happen. RAT holding numbers and holding sight now with bomb planted. The retake for Huskies. Only 3 players. Say you will. MP9, so not a lot of firepower right now behind these players, and no flank either to dissuade RIT from just looking forward from this. Molly's going to go out from Say You Will.
They got a smoke, though. And 2 kits. That could go onto the bomb.
And now Say You Will with an AK. Proto, though, with the op still causing some trouble. MJB pushes the issue. Lucky Andrew hops on the bomb, but can't find the defuse. And RIT, pretty comfortable win there.
Yeah, and, once again, I would have loved to see Retina fall back to the site a little bit. And I feel like I'm being very harsh on Retina, but with a stand-in, no disrespect to Say You Will, but Retina has to be the guy to be the to be the weather vane for this Huskies team. And so for me, him being too aggressive there, getting caught out in the open and not taking these situations with passivity is a problem.
Oh, here's aggression. Benji. Mac 10 in hand, just not letting go of W key and racking up the cash for the bank. Proto's watching Monster, all angles covered from the Tigers, and Benji, he just wants more money. Shouts goes down.
Cha-ching!
Retina last standing. The Eagle, so maybe a couple one taps, harness a little scream in him. But this is just, RIT, they knew what they needed to do, and they executed perfectly.
Oh, nice shot there. I don't know. Scream? Maybe we go Nico. That's a little more
Nico.
Reasonable. Scream's a Valorant player now. We can't be having that. Not
yeah,
like
but every
team.
single time I think of a Deagle, I gotta think you know him for the one taps.
I mean, that's true. You do. But RAT, well, we certainly know them for the lead that they picked up, 5-3. That one, of course, just a eco round, but...
And, when you think of Nico, you think of Nuke.
Oh, poor Nico's just catching strays there. But, MTU, no op this time. It's a very light purchase. They have so little in the realm of utility. It's already been used.
There is an op on Retina, though, so he's not letting go of this aggression towards Party just yet. A different angle, but same story. A different outcome on to Benji. This time through the smoke, K2 will still find the trade. At least it's 1 kill for Retina, but still, it's just the same thing.
Well, but let's talk about that 1-for-1 there, because we've seen a 1-for-1 of sorts happen multiple times for RIT. That is a trade that favors the T side every time, because now MTU have to play, spread their defenses so much more thin over the two sites. So if you're it's a CT side, that trade, it's okay once in a while, but it's not good overall.
No, it's a little bit better now that Andre finds a pick over towards B, but say you will. Eats a nade on A and stuck on an island. Tucked away, aggressive on truck. A 1v3. Somebody needs to rotate here from the Huskies, and they need to rotate a little bit soon. MJB with the fluff on the flashbang. Say you will. Comfortable gunfight for the first. You know where he is, though. The trade will be there, and 2v3 with bomb down now for RIT. Oh, I say that, but Chowds gets there super fast. And now here's the flank from Lord of Pies, and Huskies deny everything.
Yeah, and all 5 players picking up a kill there as well for the Huskies. That's beautiful work. You mentioned Lucky Andre, the timing to pick up that frag on towards B short. It's so perfect, not only because of the fact that it gives them an advantage from a 4-on-4 to a 4-on-3, but it also gives them a lot of information that the A hit was coming forward. That allows Childs to get aggressive in connector and find that kill on the planter. Everything working together there for MTU.
And that's the first time we really saw MTU actually show a little bit of dynamic for the retake, having Chowds hit that flank, because usually in rounds like that, Chowds goes down extremely quick. Well, Retina wanted to say that as well, as he's getting aggressive again towards A short. Forced off, but again, going to set up shop inside bathrooms.
Yeah, but that angle is so good if you can take the duel just like he just did. It's when you play passively and you allow the RIT forces to swarm around you that the problems start. Benji.
Oh, Chowds, what are you doing?
He was looking for the jump peek, the information play, but Retina's heads up. He's turned around and he should get another here. That's the bomb dropped. I don't know if he spotted it, but regardless, the man advantage is there ×2.
Oh, Chowd's a little bit of a blunder, but at least you got Retina holding his own with that op. And now the last 2 players of RET are rotating with the bomb over to B. You will have Lucky Andre here alongside Say You Will, but Say You Will gets beheaded, and now Andre, 2 and 7. What can you do here? 50% headshot accuracy, so he's got, the mechanics to get this one done, and he's just got to wait his turn for Retina to hit this flank. Andre finds the first. Retina closes the door, and well, I don't know where he dropped this op. Is he going to be able to get this one back? No. So he's going to drop the op, but another round win for the Huskies to even us back up.
Well, he did drop the op in order to play with the AK. I like that decision, though. That's the right one.
Me too.
But he has enough to buy it back anyway. So,
yeah.
Sure, lacking some utility, but the Huskies, I might say new in their name, but same old Huskies running it down here for overpass and making themselves a very competitive roster on this map, even with the stand-in.
Retina does it again, and he gets a second one too. Reads Proto like a book. By the time he goes down, a lot of damage done. And Chowds is just going to back him up. 1 HP, slides along. Perfect flash from Lord of Pies, so walks away with yet another kill, and 1 HP still on board. Just continuing to toy with Benji as you're rotating just in tandem with the rest of your team. Say You Will now going to pick up where Chowds left off. Everybody's here. Benji goes down, and comfortable round from the Huskies.
Very comfortable indeed. They needed that. They needed to farm up on their economy. And this is, I mean, look, we've talked, Retina's been a very big point of conversation for this game. And I think that round typifies the reason why. Because he can get aggressive like that in a position that you should never be against a pistol. Like, sticking around there is crazy. But he still gets 2. And that's why, when it works, it's just so fantastic.
Well, it looks like RIT want to pick up the pace a little bit over towards A, and it's going to pay off for first, and even Trey's back and forth to get a split kill feed, but Say You Will, the sub on the team, holds his own and doubles down onto RIT, completely shutting them out of the sight. Bomb still in hand for the Tigers, so they can rotate this one out over to Connector, but This is where you have to, think about if you're going to go to A, you will at some point have to go through Retina.
Well, that's why you play the 3B early in this map, is because of that. That fast aggression onto the side, it's easy to get caught out, but say you will bailing out the rest of the team there. K2, his experience showing, pre-aiming that angle, nearly getting the one tap.
And nearly. Retina kind of backed up here. Smoke will block off back of A, but it looks like Chow's one picks up the pace, beat him to the timing. The only thing is K2, the experience that you're talking about, double kill to hold off the Huskies. And suddenly, Say You Will is able to turn a little bit 1v2. Has to get aggressive, evens it up, takes the fight to Proto, but can't hit the shot. And the Tigers, they weather the storm in a 2v4.
And once again, you just can't take that fight against K2 there. Not alone. You saw the timing not quite there. Child's maybe a little too aggressive taking that jump up position towards Dumpster. And RIT, specifically K2, punish. And they punish big time. RIT, they smell blood in the water here. They know that the utility's not going to be here to stop this rush.
Galil to lead this one. Proto says goodbye to Lord of Pies. On site, Lucky Andre just can't do anything. Sharks just swarming the waters of the site, and it's one by one they are dethroning the Huskies of control. Retina bought the glass cannon op again, and, if I was a betting man, I'd say that this op is not going to see a gunfight.
I think that it's more like if you were a hoping man and you were a fan of MTU, that this op would not see a
yes.
gunfight. Because I don't think Retina really wants to fight it. The only reason he's in such an aggressive angle is so that he can actually fall back after taking a shot and try to deny players as they move forward.
It wasn't a bad plan from the Huskies either, in that, force buy, they went for the full flank from, I think it was Say You Will, through connector. And the only thing is that connector flank was not able to come into fruition in time, which is how quickly, RIT were able to burst onto the site over towards B. I would like to see, Huskies, try to force a little bit more util in that setup if they're going for the flank. See if they can delay a little bit longer, but it's not what we got.
Not what we got indeed. MTU back for another eco. Nice early damage done there by Uni, to be fair.
The nade.
Yeah, that nade doing far more than the actual bullets from the rifle. Retina, where's he posted up here? Looks like up toward A once again in bathroom. So he's kind of playing the A anchor role whilst the rest of the team stacks up towards B. I guess that's a very fair idea considering the last few B rushes we've seen from RIT.
And the fact that the Tigers didn't see even a lick of Retina in the past round should give them an idea that he's got an op in hand. Especially considering he's been known to force up to that. So the fact that they don't go to A, definitely the right opportunity. 1-for-1 trade on the inside. Chows finds 2 with the deagle. Suddenly things look like it is doable here for Huskies, but you need Retina to get into position in time with the op, and he does. 1v1 now. Benji versus Retina. AK versus op. The bomb goes down. Smoke is there, but Retina finds an angle early. Back is shown, and Retina takes him down. Beautiful plays out of the main slayer of Huskies.
Yeah, this is why that op force makes sense. I love the save call, and Retina takes advantage of what was a bit of a sloppy back half of that take. RIT, they get on towards the site, but Childs, what a great double kill there with the deagle. And it sets things up for Retina to go for the 1v2 clutch. And again, Retina is that guy.
Yeah, 17-8. Topping the leaderboard with kills. Aggression again over towards party. Smoke will be there.
That's
All
the
4
same
players
util
over
set
the playground.
from RIT over at B, but it's not going to matter because Retina's hearing all of this.
Yeah, he is. And the second one's going to be found. Dancing around this pillar. RIT are going to go all the way around it, so they don't want to force this fight against the op just yet. Gonna take down Childs, but Childs has definitely been that supportive player towards Retina all game long. You see if he can do it again. On site. Tucked away. The flash is gonna force him off. Still finding a lot of damage. In fact, takes down Benji full blind. Uni's a lot of damage done, and here comes the finisher. Retina's got the deagle out. Proto's gonna be beheaded, and we're gonna end the round with a lead over to the Huskies.
What a great round from the Huskies. That felt like what they could have been if they had gotten started a little earlier, you know, started that flow a little bit earlier into this half. But instead, it was just by the end that they were able to do that. But, and there is a pretty significant but here, RIT, that was their T side, and they did a really good job of pushing this to an 8-7 half on the T side of Overpass. This is a map where, you know, 9-6 is not unreasonable. 8-7 is not bad either if you win, you know, the 8 as the CT, but you definitely feel like RIT got the maximum out of that half.
Well, let's see if Huskies can, you know, take a little bit of a page out of their book. Retina a little aggressive to start things off. Disconnected from the team, so no trade onto that death.
Look at the instant response, actually. Everybody falls back for RIT. I think that they were feeling as if that might just be an insta-B hit off the back of it. Instead, it's A, and they've given up the angles.
Those 3 people here. The crossfire is going to be set up. Turning through is going to be Benji. All backs turn, but no kills found. Lucky Andre and Lord of Pies, they pull things back. 1v2. Bomb planted for back A, so both players can play hand in hand for bank. While the retake of K2 stems through bathrooms. It's a good call here from the Huskies, and right now with bomb planted in their sightline, I mean, all they just need to do is bide their time, wait for the touch, and swing together.
If there's anybody to do it, though, it's K2. The time, though, that's the real issue. He's collected the kit, though.
Oh.
That first frag, Lord of Pies just has to play passive, but yeah, that's the problem. Even with the kit at that point, there was just not enough time for K2 to even fake on that defuse. He had to stick it. An MTU take advantage. Nicely done by the 2 players there. Andre alongside Lord of Pies in the 2v1. And a timeout. The first timeout of this game.
Yeah. I have to say, you know, that is such a smart call from the end-game leader from Huskies to, you know, start off strong on the T side. Retina getting aggressive through a party, you know, with nobody else to show themselves after, just denying that information to RIT. You said it perfectly. It completely backs them off that aggression, sees to them for rotating over to be early, and gives that space for Huskies to just run it down.
Yeah, essentially all of bathrooms get opened up there off the back of it, and even though RIT had rotated back into the site by the time the take actually happened, some missed shots was all it took from Benji to make that take a reality.
And they did make it quite the reality. Going into the anti-ego 3-stack to connector for RIT.
Yeah, I think there's more than that. There's 5.
4. Oh, wow, they're all here.
It's a
Well, Lord
party.
of Pies, it might be open season with his AK. I mean, luckily, he has an AK, too.
I wouldn't mind Andre going aggressive in there, but this is a classic second round from the Huskies. Run it up A long. That is something they do a lot, very often, and it's such a good strategy because you can take advantage of the range that you have as the T's on your second round buy after a win, and they take full advantage of it here.
The only thing is, it seems like Michigan Tech, they, you know, did well as students, and they did their homework. Completely denying any opportunity towards that stack, and they just simply go somewhere else.
Speaking of homework, I think if RIT did some looking, they would have seen a couple of different times that MTU ran that on their second round of the T side, so would be interesting to see if that kind of gets counterfeited in the future.
2 AKs, 2 Galils, and Mac 10. I mean, not a bad run right now for the Huskies. No off.
A win here could really send them into the stratosphere when it comes to momentum and their economy.
No, and you know that MTU, fishing for a win here on Overpass. With this being their map win, you can imagine that they are going to have some sort of plan here on their T side.
No doubt. As I said, one of the most played maps for the Huskies this season and in general. But here we go. It's looking like an A execute, at least on paper, but the bomb's not collected just yet. Well, as I say that, so you will we'll pick that up. It is going to be bringing it there. RIT, typically you'd see them be aggressive. They've been pretty passive. Here's that little aggression that we've been looking for. Benji is taking the advantage.
Flash out. Proto lines up too. Benji and Proto just working in tandem right now, and Retina's going to be last alive. Can he dig himself out of this hole? That's a big question. Both players from RT are together, so this is doable for Retina. All he needs is good timing and a solid set of shots. Peeks out from Shock, finds the first, but Uni's going to get the trade. Simple as ever for RIT, but you have to give it to the dynamic duo of Proto and Benji.
A great crossfire set up on that site, no doubt, but I think you also got to hand it over to Retina. Near 1v4 win there. And you know what it does? It turns what is a perfectly solid round from RIT into one where now they'll be struggling to get a full purchase. They're not going to have as much utility. And you can even see an MP9 out in order to get the utility that they need in order to have a successful CT round. Lots of damage done to the economy by that 1v3, or that near 1v4, I should say.
You know, now that we've swapped sides, I do want to tip it to Say You Will, the stand-in for this team. 12-12. I mean, a lot of times, you know, you'd be worried about a stand-in, especially in collegiate play, but holding his own here against one of the best in the division.
That's fair. Yeah, I mean, going even, that's all you can really ask from a stand-in, I think.
I mean, it's hard not to when you have Retina dropping 25 so far.
That's true. I mean, Retina absolutely popping off, but here comes the push.
Flash out. Chowds finds the first. Read onto Benji. Wow. Crazy coming out from Chowds.
Well, but let's give credit where it's due. Seymour, you see the flash assist there. Retina threw both those flashes. Chowds hits a shot, yes, but the flashes were set up perfectly.
It's just an execute to perfection from MTU. And if I'm RAT after the round you just had, I am not going anywhere close. I will not even touch the site with a 10-foot pole.
I mean, they can't. Their economy just doesn't allow it. And I think that MTU, it would be good for them to continue to hunt here. They may not do that just because, well, the MTU economy's on a bit of a knife's edge as it is, but still, would be solid to see them take a gun or two out. I don't think that we're going to see that happen, though. K2's the closest member, and no, they're going to take that fight.
Only an SMG it's lost there.
Yeah,
for those guns held.
1900. That SMG is worth way more than that.
Yeah, I know, and you know, it's just the fact that you die after the bomb detonates.
Not so much a problem if you are RIT at the moment. You're gonna have to save regardless, so just hope to use these rifles the best way that you can. And it will be a very interesting stack here. They've aggressed into connector as well as water, so they can collapse on that area very quickly.
I mean, Retina wants to do it again and just see if he can trap RAT inside of connector. The only thing is, Benji, beautiful shots with the USP, and that is now 3 rifles for the Tigers. As they execute towards B now for Huskies, they find a 2-for-1. And it's going to leave us even inside the kills. But now Benji, using that picked up rifle, takes down Lord of Pies. Bomb down, but numbers over to RIT. So this retake, they work together. Should be around in their hand. Flash out for Benji. Clears the corner all the way in pit. Proto's going to find the first one here. Stuck in the opens. Chowds, and beautiful retake from the Tigers.
Yeah, just a little sloppy there from MTU. They tried to go for that B hit. They walk into what is ultimately a stack with the players coming in from the other side. And the mistake of Retina being all on his lonesome there gets punished big time. Still, the lead are the Huskies, but they might have given RIT a real real chance right back into this thing. The CT side now with 3 AK-47s. You don't want to be handing those one-shot headshot machines over to your opposition.
Couple flashes here from RIT. The aggression, but now up in hand of Retina, and we've seen what he did back in the last half. Immediately RIT disengage. MGBA is going to hold off a little bit longer, just hang around, and finds a trade onto Lord of Pies. So, not too shabby here from RIT, but you cannot afford to lose Proto.
Oh, but the re-aggression there from Proto, caught in the open of 4v3 now, with the Huskies regaining the advantage they had lost.
Love this call.
I do too. This is the right decision. You can see the rotations from RIT. They've moved themselves over, but with this open door, it's going to give the info back to RIT and cause for an additional rotation. Uni needs one at least, and he'll get it.
There it is. Slows them down for now. The rotations will be in hand for Tigers. Uni's going to go again, but now you got the op watching you from Retina, and there's the trade to get this bump down for the Huskies. Playing through connector, so if you play your cards right through RIT, you should be able to fish one out here for your MJB, but Sam Will, it looks like he's got the read. Swings on out MJB, now they know where he is. Fight's going to take place, and MJB will even up. 2v2 for the retake. Retina still with the op, is going to hold this aggressive angle. Pop flash out, and the second one. Just waiting long enough for Lucky Andre to get into a position for this flank, but he's not going to need it right now. Smoke's going to be out. The spray through. Oh, no!
Oh, no! That is so devastating. I think the bomb was just... So normally you want to... Your default plant is there on the left-hand side, very close... I mean, not quite close to the wood, but a little offset to the right. Instead, it was planted a little bit on the right-hand side of that, and it's not what I'd call a mistake. It's just a lack of communication to let them know that that was the case.
You just cannot let that happen. In that situation, I mean, it was looking so good for MTU until a little bit of a miss happened. Now, double digits for RIT, a one-round disadvantage. That should breathe some life back into this roster.
Well, the only good news from the Huskies is that they have enough to buy in here. This is a massive round because of the economy implications. Both of these squads, the Tigers, the Huskies, they're going to be in trouble with their money if they aren't able to pull a victory in this one, but still, slow and steady. We passed the 1 minute mark. And the Huskies, they've gained a little bit of control, but it's really not anywhere near the aggression we've come to be expecting.
Let's see what Huskies have cooked up into this round. It seems like they're going back to their tried and true. Wait their turn. Hopefully, you know, let RAT just stir on sight and overwhelm A with their utility. The crossfire is going to be there from Benji Proto. This time around, Chouts has the read. Proto with the op, finds the trade. Second one's going to be there, gets two. Is he going to find a third one? Well, nobody's giving it to him just yet. Now you have the rotations for RIT, and how do you fight back if you're MTU? Because Proto, he is not missing with this sniper. It will take him down, but that is a lot of damage to take.
Well, we'll get back to that. Retina able to bring this back to a 2-on-2 now. The kit is in the hands of K2, but Uni comes around the corner. Retina versus 2. He's pulled off a clutch, a near 1v4, but he's going to have to do it again, and he cannot. K2, the most experienced of these RIT players, stepping up in a huge fashion, but Seymour, I am so disappointed because MTU had 3 flashes. They could have flashed Proto off that angle, and nobody took the initiative to do so.
You get punished for it day in, day out if you're Huskies there. Now, RIT, they've climbed back. A little bit of a misstep at the start of this half, but ties us up 11 apiece. And Huskies, broken. Completely left dry with these Tech 9s. You have full armor onto Lucky Andre, but the rest only opting in for the light. I'm sure Benji can hear the stomping coming through from Huskies too, as they're just looking to run it through A long.
You can see the rotation from RIT. They've fallen off of bathroom. They're waiting for this push. There's one smoke, one flash, and that's not enough. Not against Proto.
No, and he's going to spawn out the flank from Lord of Pies. Crossfire's dealt with. 4 for Proto, 1 for Benji. Sometimes it just seems like you cannot get through these two. Benji and Proto have been a pillar over at A.
So the only good news there for MTU is that because they had such a great economy, they were able to lose 3 rounds before they had to save, and so they were able to just do a bit of a half buy there, you know, just pick up the pistols, and they have another buy into this round. So the possibilities are still here for the Huskies. They aren't out of this game yet, not by a long shot, Seymour.
Oh, and these rounds have been so incredibly close. I mean, it has come to the most minute mistakes from MTU to allow RT to have these round wins, especially considering 2 of them have been clutches from K2 himself. So you think about it like that, I mean, this could very well be a 13-10 game. You know, it could be even like a 14-10 game for Huskies if those 1v1s or if the timing just went their way. And we head into the next round here. And it's Chow's to open up for the first.
Seems like the Huskies have found a bit of a timing on RIT. Their A side hold a little bit weak in some of those wall aggressions. That's the second time now, the second gun round in a row that they've been able to find the opening pick off the back of that. And, well, that's one of those situations where K2 just wants to hit that shot, doesn't make it happen, and MJB, hoping to equalize, will only make it worse.
That SMG not going to do much work, and now it's going to be Uni left alone, and only good for 1 at that. So not flawless from the Huskies, but, you know, it's good enough to, you know, get a little bit of footing back at your base for Overpass. That was quite a heavy loss those past couple of rounds, and I'm sure it's quite tolling to the mental of your team as well, especially with the stand-in on them. You know, you're already on, you know, a thin line. You know, you don't want too many things to go wrong, or else you're going to have to be, you know, in that IGL spot for Retina, trying to work some confidence back into your team.
Well, just to check in here, remember when I was like, Retina just drops 40, like, relatively consistently here? He's at 33.
Oh yeah, on pace.
On pace for the possibilities.
No big deal.
Whether he gets there or not, I mean, we'll see, but still, 33 kills with 5 rounds remaining is an insane pace to hold.
Uni, here's the pick there. Oh, say you will. That is a freebie onto K2. That's a big hit to take if you're RIT, you know.
Big mistake, too, from RIT there. K2 should be swinging that.
Benji might be able to find one here on the Chows, and he will. And lucky enough for MTU, lucky Andre not too far away from his teammates. So the trades back and forth, and Huskies maintain a life advantage in the round. You look over at A, and it looks like MJB or no Proto falls off the angle back over towards Bank. Up in hand. You got to be careful here if you're MTU, because Proto with this op has not been something to overlook.
They have 2 mollies. They should be able to, yeah, I was just about to say, should be able to molly him out, but actually this molly, there's a big gap indeed, and Lord of Pies will be punished for it.
Something you just don't want to see there.
But Uni has the only kit here, and say you will, this is such a great angle.
I love this. MJB, no clue at all. Proto forced to bring things back, and he will with the op now. Switches over to the M4. Smoke for bathroom, so Huskies, they're going to have to get aggressive with these angles. Retina with the op is going to give the advantage back. Proto left alone. Bomb out in the open. M4 in hand. I mean, I'm sure you'd want this op if you're Proto, because you have been lights out with it all game long. This time around, Retina, he's going to shine more.
Man, just that is a classic Retina moment. I love watching this guy play, because literally anything is possible when he's in the server. It's just so much fun to see the Huskies, everyone else as well, playing very well at this point around Retina. We talked about Say You Will ad nauseum, and I think that bears repeating here. Doing a lot of good work, but it's an eco, and they're walking right into it.
Oh man, look, they are shutting this door early on. So much damage done to the Huskies, and I cannot believe my eyes. I mean, that is quite the firing squad of USBs. And that op that Proto may have lost, well, there you go, good sir.
That's just devastating. Just when MTU think they have it, just when they have had a chance to get back in here, they just get smacked with that. Props to RIT. They make it work. That just should never be allowed to happen. Not with this level of players and competition, but it has, and it will be a huge impact on this game. If MTU happen to lose this game, you could chalk it up to that round along with the other eco win.
And a couple 1v1s that just should not have been. Couple missteps. The Huskies, I mean, they have learned their lesson throughout Overpass, let me tell you. Now fighting against the ropes in this round. The ropes of economy. What are we cooking up here for the side of Michigan Tech? It looks like this is opting in for, you know, the tried and true BXQ, you know, waste their time, you know, burn the clock down low and throw the whole kitchen sink through the window to get up the site, but... Now here's a great start. Retina manages to find an angle into Proto, and this should be go time. Green light for Chowds. He's going to smoke himself into the site. A little bit of damage done, but it's not going to dissuade him at all from taking down K2. You still have a player fighting it for his best. It's Benji in bathrooms. He's going to take down Lord of Pies, but now all eyes on this player, and Say You will give him the finishing touch there. Site control, round control, and Huskies, they completely bounce back.
That kill from Childs on towards K2 on the site is so important. Not only does it allow them to overtake that site and push forward, but it also means that RIT don't have time to rotate in. If K2 were to stay alive there around Optimus, it would have been enough time for RIT to try for the retake. Instead, Childs denies rotations, and nobody's even interested in going for them because of the fact that the economy is so low. RIT, because of their CT-sided economy, they're almost in a worse position than they would have been.
Oh.
GP. Is he going to get this? I think he has it. Yeah, he has it. That is ridiculous! MJB! Not again!
I'm furious.
Again!
I am furious. I mean,
oh,
the cojones on MJB to do that.
I mean, I almost can't even give MTU that much grief because that was so perfectly timed. I mean, it was less than half a second.
What are
on
the
clock.
odds? I mean, it's not every day that you see that happen. But MJB, he completely flusters this team with just one move right there. And now Huskies, what should have been a 14-13 lead for you, you're down 13-14, and you gotta fight back from that. And I know this team is frustrated. Like I said, I mean, you're already playing on thin grounds with a stand-in. I don't know how much time they have with Say You Will, but having a stand-in definitely throws things through the loop when it comes to communication, when it comes through strats. So facing things like that, just small, minute mistakes, it is frustrating.
Oh, that timing's so perfect from MJB. You mentioned that he entirely dissuades this team, and, well, the only good news there is that Retina's able to pick something up. K2 is going to get caught as well, and suddenly things are an even scenario. The timing for Retina,
oh, man.
He's just so good with his movement around that AWP.
And who is it to bring this round back? It's the stand-in Say You Will himself. I'm giving a lot of gripes towards him for being in this lobby, but he is holding his own for the team, keeping them alive in rounds. Now they pull things back. Life advantage for Huskies for the retake here. RIT, they're going to have to hope that Huskies, again, make a mistake. But they fall off. They respect. You look at Lord of Pies holding the close angle. It's going to be smoked off, so it looks like MJB, the person who has completely thrown this team through a loop, is going to be the first one in. Proto waiting. Complete firing squad is going to be there, but they line up for MJP, and Retina's there for the cross. So everything that you needed from Huskies, they get in one fell swoop.
Another classic Retina round right there. I mean, he got I think he had 3 at the end of that one, maybe even a quad kill. I'm not sure.
No, it was 3.
But regardless, he picked up the player on the site, the rotator coming out back towards him, and then clutches up in the 1v1. Yeah, it's a trade frag, but still, walking through a smoke with an op and getting a trade kill is not an easy feat. He's at 41. He's done that. He's dropped the 40 bomb again.
And that is a much-needed round for Huskies. I mean, you have lost so many unfortunate rounds. You needed a good one there. And for Retina to clutch up, it just, it gives him that confidence back that, he can still make those plays for the team.
And look at the pots and pans that have been purchased up here for RIT. It's not much, but it's what they've got. 3 rifles, to be fair, is not too bad, but there is very little utility left as we approach the 1-minute mark.
MJB again! Retina this time! Say Will finds the trade, but that is a scary loss to take if you are MTU. Luckily enough, Lucky Andre is there to, show up for the team, and 10 and 17 might not have the best game so far on Overpass, but when you need him the most, he makes plays like that.
So Proto has been left here in long bathroom, though. And they've killed somebody here in bathroom. So, okay, I was worried they wouldn't be prepared. But MTU, Lord of Pines finding the timing, and Chowds, he is a dominant factor in this entry towards the A site. I've been very impressed with him all game long. And this should be the Huskies taking the 15th. It would take a miracle for Uni to bring this back, and I don't think he's even going to try. He's in CT or T-spawn at the moment, so it would be surprising to see him go for this.
And that's what you need out of Chowds. When Retina goes down first, you need somebody to step up like him. And it just seems like as soon as Retina goes down, it's just like Chowds comes out of his shell. And you start to see those big, impactful moments from your secondary slayer of MTU. And you need stuff like that if you're MTU, just to showcase that you don't need Retina every single round to find a win. And here they're going to find map point on Overpass. And MTU, their chance to hand RIT their first map loss of the season.
And on their own map pick as well. That's the other thing. Uni, at least keeping the gun alive, that's not so significant in as much as Uni just survives. If Uni goes down, then that's a big problem.
Money.
But yeah, that is the key, right? The money for RIT, it would be, I would call this a quasi-buy. I mean, they've got what they could. It's a force of massive proportions, but they've only got 1 M4, 2 rifles in the FAMASA and that M4, and, well, even a Deagle.
The stack this time to connector. It might actually pay off. Lord of Pies getting aggressive to the smoke. 2 players right there. I mean, they are basically
so successful.
They're basically holding hands, Proto and Benji. The smoke dissipates, and Lord of Pies, okay, you're fine too. You need that. MJB's gonna be there, but it's 3 down, and Huskies now, this is their chance.
Perfect stuff. Lord of Pies, I would call that fortunate that RIT don't spot him out, but hey, you cannot look a gift horse in the mouth, and MTU will take what they can get. The bomb? Hey.
Bomb? Any,
like, wait, hold on, we need this.
Any bomb carriers?
Yep. Retina's like, don't worry, guys, I got it. There's 1 player committed to B, and that is going to be this rifle. So Uni, this is his Alamo.
Oh, Uni, you need to at least find 3 here. If you're there, K2 only has a Deagle, and he's good for 1. Uni now on the flank. 3 players in front of him. Retina's going to be the one planting this bomb. Lucky Andre's going to get the timing, and MTU, they get it done. They hand Rochester Institute of Technology their first map loss of the season on their own map pick of Overpass.
And I got to keep it a buck. This is why my prediction for today was Michigan Tech, despite the fact that they have a stand-in. It's because this map pool, I mean, it really does favor this Michigan Tech roster. Nuke is their best map, and we're headed towards that next. And, well, like I said, Overpass, a map they play a lot, and clearly, I mean, listen, I don't want to take anything away from RIT, but I think it would be fair to say, Seymour, that Michigan nearly lost to themselves in that map.
They did. No, they really did. There were a couple rounds that, MTU for sure should have won there. Specifically, I mean, you talk about MJB, that heroic defuse at the end. I mean, you think about rounds like that and you think that, RIT, they were given some chances to win it. They were giving a chance to, really frustrate the team of MTU. It just never could come into fruition towards the end of it, and you needed that if you're MTU. And when we take a look at the replays, you can see a lot of impact from the Huskies, on a bunch of different fronts, because, I mean, you knew what you were going to get out of Retina from the start. He had a huge opening couple rounds just to give him, a 7-2 start to this game. And by the end, he drops 41 kills for this roster. But, I mean, we know we're going to get that out of Retina. I really need to talk about two players from Huskies, and that's Childs and Say You Will. First off, Childs. I mean, whenever Retina was not in the couple rounds, steps up to the plate when you need him, gets plenty done for the Huskies, and really gives them that trust for the team that you might not need Retina every single round. And Say You Will. I mean, the stand-in for the team, I cannot believe how comfortable he looked with them. There were so many rounds where his support was everything you could ask for if you were MTU.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, listen, Childs, especially on that T side, when we were seeing those A entries, were phenomenal. I didn't think that there was a moment that he really missed there. Really, I thought back and was thinking, man, Childs looking like K2 defending that site there when K2 was playing on the T side. But yeah, Say You Will, I think, showed themselves to be very, very strong as the stand-in. But with that being said, it is just map number 1. There's still the opportunity here for RIT to come back. I don't know if they're a strong nuke team. That might be the case. So we can't be sure, but we are going to be going to a short break before we get into the second map. Nuke coming up next, right after this. Alrighty, well, map number 2 coming up next after a tight 16-14 win for Michigan Tech University. Those Huskies certainly, though, showing themselves strong. And, well, we didn't get to talk about it before, Seymour, but our predictions, we were just a little bit opposed. RIT taking the loss in map 1 on their map pick. Have you changed your opinion after seeing that?
Well, I mean, you look back at that first map and you think about how close it was. There was a chance for RIT to win it out, for sure. It was there. Although, you know, you made a good point is that MTU, it seemed like they were almost fighting themselves in some of those rounds. It definitely was the case. But when you look in the grand scheme of things, RIT, they're still undefeated on the season. 4-0. They might have just taken their first map loss, but that is something to say in its own. They were 8-0 going into this. When I'm looking at this on paper, I had to go with the stats. And RIT 8-0, it just showed that they still look to be the defender, or just the team to look to be undefeated through this one. So that's why I go for them. And you know what? I'm sticking with them. I think they're going to come back here. You know, Nuke should be a little bit better for them after that. I mean, it's not a bad loss to take, 16-14. So going into Nuke, I'm sure they're looking to wipe the slate clean.
Yeah, and listen, to play defense for just a moment, it's not as if this is an easy game to call. Both of these teams are playoff teams. They were in playoffs last semester for spring 2022, and they made it pretty deep as well. I mean, RIT specifically was running it down the upper bracket before they met a buzzsaw in Kennesaw State. So
yeah,
it really is a situation where I think that either team could take the victory tonight. But the real kicker here is that this is MTU's map pick. It's going to have to be RIT to step up big time in order to overcome that leverage.
I mean, just think about this whole conference between, you know, Huskies, RIT, Kennesaw, all being at the top of
Drexel.
it. And even, Drexel too.
Like,
I mean,
two-time back-to-back winners of NACE.
So, I mean, just look at how just crazy this conference is, and the fact that RIT are undefeated going up to this. I mean, you look at the teams that they play, and you know it's no Kennesaw, it's no MTU, it's no Drexel, but I mean 8-0 is definitely something to hold close to you if you are the Tigers, and a win here against the Huskies would definitely be a statement for why they're at the top.
No doubt. The Tigers looking to play defense here on the push. It's MTU.
No replies. He ran through that backwards just to play distraction for them, and it looks like it's going to pay off too. Say you will. The stand-in, again, supportive of the squad and not just slaying, but just control of this map. It's going to leave K2 alone, and the finisher done. Say you will. Gives them the first round.
Nicely done from the Huskies. It's really, I mean, important's probably the wrong word, I'd say, Seymour, but it's really nice to pick up that pistol T-side because you get so much additional space to work with. We know how dominant the CT side for Nuke can be, and getting started with the pistol win really gives you a lot of space if you are the Huskies, and potentially the momentum as well. Of course, Andre, a bit of a missed jump. Lord of Pie is not missing anything at all.
I mean, almost perfect there from Lord of Pies. Gonna find our Zen to the fourth, but Chowd's picking up 2 with the SMG. I mean, that is some good cash in the bank for Lucky Andre at the end of that too, or for Chowd's to find that.
600 per frag, not bad. But quick eco round, RIT, they played aggressively and basically speed running that one. And now they have the weaponry. Lots of utility as well.
Yeah,
we'll see what is up with this outside take.
But look at Huskies too. I mean, 3 AKs and a Galil. Okay, well, Benji's gonna read Say You Will walking through the wall of smoke there, and suddenly you're a little plateaued if you're MTU.
plan was for a bit of a split in towards B, but unfortunately, if you lose 2 on one side and 1 on the other, that split not so effective.
Benji's going to take one more to the grave before he finds his end. Lucky Andre, you're going to read this aggression from Uni, you do, but not able to find the kills, so still stuck in a 1v3. And still stuck in lobby.
And unfortunately, that's not going to change much. You could call that a bonus round if you are Michigan Tech, but that is maybe a bit of an overstatement because, like you mentioned at the outset, I mean, they had 4 rifles, just a single SMG. It is going to be enough money, though, for MTU to get a pretty darn solid purchase here. 3 and 2, 3 of these AKs on side with the wheels on Retina. Ooh. That is standard Retina moment.
I was going to say, you know, Retina was seeming a little bit quiet at the start of Nuke compared to Overpass. Almost at this moment, he was 7 and 2. This now only 2 kills, so I was a little bit worried for a second, but then he does that, and I'm like, okay.
I mean, to be fair, a quad kill in the second round is kind of hard to stand up against.
Yes, you're right.
So, you know, giving it his best.
Well, MJB, information through outer. All the Huskies are going to be stacked up here, and K2 just playing on that close angle, playing for that contact information. They're going to drop a smoke, so this is not going to be easy to walk through. If you are MJB, you just need to line up a couple, and you get the job done. The connection onto both will give you a little bit of leeway, but 1v1, say you will, doesn't want to let go of the round just yet. Only 11 HP, so it's not going to be an easy gunfight to take. K2 just waiting in line. On the other side of the door, and he's going to peek it out. Say you will, he doesn't budge. He holds it strong, and he holds the door.
And 11 HP as well. So difficult to win that out. It took a single bullet there from K2 to put him down, but he stands strong and holds the line. MTU, it's almost worse for RIT that they lose that second round instead of losing the first because their economy just gets absolutely smacked around. But here we go, aggression.
Okay. And say you will, it's his turn for a 3K, but he's not able to, you know, repeat what Lucky Andre did in the earlier round. And now look at this. It's a rifle recovered for Proto. Bomb moving over to B. And the call from RIT just to cut through Secret and, you know, meet them on site is the right call to make, although Retina will take MJB to the grave. Now it's a turn for RIT to make a statement here and holding down the site. K2 recovers the SMG, not able to take down the player on the inside. Lord of Pies stays alive, and Retina comes to his aid. So, bomb down, life advantage. Proto not really in a position to get aggressive just yet. AK in hand, you might just want to save this if you're Proto. And it looks like, he's escaping site, so that's going to be a round win for Huskies, and Proto is going to be holding this AK into the next.
Yeah, but man, was it expensive. If you are these Huskies, Michigan Tech, you're going to want a refund. This is supposed to be easy. It's supposed to be an eco round.
Yeah.
Instead, it was a hard-fought victory. Retina and Lord of Pies, the only 2 survivors.
Such a good call from RAT, just to play aggressive outer, you know, force the gunfights early with these pistols. It's the same call we got on their CT round on Overpass when they just snuck 5 players into connector.
Well, and when they walked 5 players out A-long on Overpass. Yeah, I mean, it's a consistent factor, and it's not like it's unusual. We see it all the time. It's just that MTU seem to at least be a little bit too easily overwhelmed by it.
A little oblivious this time around. Benji, he does it again. Same player, same place. Say will just, he's not getting that luck with the smokes.
It's the same play as well. Look at this. The Huskies were going to go for that exact same attempt, and it stalled the same way.
Oh, and MJB. Last time finds 2, this time finds 2.
It feels like we're watching a round happen for the second time.
A little bit of deja vu, just a tad bit.
It's crazy. And the difficulty for MTU is that, you know, I wouldn't call this a bad strategy by any means. You know, maybe I would prefer an additional player over towards long, or excuse me, over towards outside. But still, it's not a bad strategy. It's just not worked out.
Or even, if you're, say you will there, just offset your timing a little bit. Obviously, now you're going to be thinking like that. The fact that, you got fooled twice by Benji, you're definitely looking to see if you execute the strategy again for MTU. I'm expecting them to offset that timing through the wall of smoke just a tad bit. But Retina, he's not giving up on this round. He's going to find the headshot on Benji. Proto for the trade. Lucky Andre stuck in no man's land, but he's making this quite expensive before losing it out. They give up the round, but taking down 3 players, not too shabby for where they were at.
Certainly not bad at all, but the Huskies going to give that one up. It's RIT's turn now to have a potential advantage and looking to push it at that. I'm wondering if MTU are going to go back to that same well or if we're going to see something different. You can see this one, a quasi-buy, not a lot, and Retina trying for that same attempted shot. He doesn't get the first, but the second attempt is there with K2 swinging out wide. Eventually might do it again. It is like a trade.
It's like the tables were turned there. Retina found the first last time, but missed the second. This time he finds the second and gets the first. It is a weird nuke that we're getting.
Andre has a nade. That could go straight over towards Benji. I'm wondering if he's going to be able to throw that.
Oh, I love this from Benji, but I mean, that nade can be so detrimental to that positioning. It's just, this is a 1-for-1 for Benji on 13 HP, and I like that he's looking to make it hard just to get onto the side, and he will. Lord of Pies goes down, can't find anything more. The Tech 9 will run it down, and they're going to hop right into vents on their way to B. Challenge is going to look to overwhelm site. Well, it's a pinch from Lucky Andre, and they do get this bomb down. 2 versus 2. Lucky Andre, only 13 HP.
Oh no, they've just used both of their smokes there, though. I was just going to say that MTU have a great advantage because they have 2 smokes, the entire bomb, basically. But now, they've used them both, and the flashbang comes through for Proto.
Is he going to read this one? MGB takes down the support for Lucky Andre, but 1v1, 13 HP. Galil in hands. Spots out the player. Toying with him a little bit. It's a dance on the top of Hut. Drops down. It's the tap out. Wide flash for Lucky Andre. MGB blind as a bat. And what a clutch coming out from Andre.
He had some struggles back on overpass. It wasn't the most perfect of games from Andre, but wow. Talking about coming alive in the big moments there for MTU. Huskies now setting themselves up for what is, I mean, you could already call this a solid enough T-side. You want more, don't get me wrong, but you could call it solid enough, Seymour.
I mean, you could break down that 1v1 from Lucky Andre and just tip it to him on the movement that you're getting. With 13 HP, just finds the information, toys with him a little bit, drops down from Hunt. The not the close flash, just to pop him in there, just the long throw of it to give him even more space to work with. Isolates that gunfight almost to perfection.
It absolutely does. I mean, it really, I think perfection is the right word. Played perfectly. But this round, this eco from RIT, we've been used to some fireworks whenever they have pistols. This time, those have been limited, at least for the start. About a minute in, and still no further aggression. K2 going to get smacked by that molly and should give the information over to the Huskies that he's there.
And right now went for the pre-fire on the corner, just expecting K2 to pull W, not S, so. K2 lives for now, only losing 6 points of health, but not really anywhere to go. You're going to need some big plays out of these pistols, and you get 2 for your Proto. You got K2 on the crossfire. Proto finds 3, so those pistols have been detrimental to the success of MTU, and they do it again. Proto with 3, MJB and Uni, they finish the job.
That's like the 4th eco win from RIT this series. The fact that MTU won the last map despite losing 2 full eco rounds was a miracle, and it's just round 9, and MTU is somehow still winning despite losing 2 ecos again. I'm blown away.
I mean, we may have changed the scenery, but we are basically getting parallels from Overpass onto Nuke. Proto again with a 3K on a pistol round, and Huskies just lose something that they shouldn't have. Maybe it's overconfidence, maybe it's just no respect, but they need to start shaping things up and showing a little respect to this team when they have pistols in their hand, because you lose rounds like that, this could be 6-2 at the moment.
I don't even know if it's respect, but we'll get back to that. Because right now, taking a duel here at the ramp, hoping to find the opening.
Deep flash in. Gives him the space, and Redna takes down MJB. That's a rifle.
Not like this. Not again. We've seen this back and forth happen.
No, K2 says no. Sayul picks up the rifle. You gotta be careful here. There's a player in hell. With an op, too. Proto looking to do it again. Looking to just shut the door on another round.
Look at the rotations. Look at how wild they've gone, Proto.
Goes for the no-scope pistol. Oh no, not again with the pistol. Proto takes down Redna. Now on the outskirts, K2 takes the duel.
Oh, the reload!
Well, Lucky Andre may have gotten that first one, but not able to the second one. Op in hand for Chouds, 11 HP. Looking at another clutch here for Huskies with low health on the player. This time Chouds stepping up to bat. Op in hand, but not going to help you when Benji's playing the off angle. 4 rounds for RIT.
A little, well, I'm sort of all over the place on this one because there's just so much going on from MTU. There's, at the same time, right, a really interesting decision to go for those fights towards under heaven, but then to continue to commit towards outside, I'm just not sure why you wouldn't just go up towards heaven and take the A site. A little bit weird to me, but regardless, this has been craziness ensuing as the Huskies push forward once again. It's an eco round and not even close to an eco win this time.
That's how you play an eco, MTU. Take notes, because, I mean, RIT, they give nothing to those pistols. Maybe one death, but even so, when you talk about, you know, map control, they don't take any, they don't want any. They play the sites, they stack up, and they just mow down the pistols with those AKs.
I mean, it's definitely been so much better from RIT on the anti-ecos.
You're ridiculous here. XM in hand of K2.
I'm a big fan of that.
There's no way that happens now with the shotgun.
What?
Redna just walks through the smoke and connects with the head of MJB. Some things you just can't teach.
7 HP as well on towards Uni. He's got nothing left after that G grenade.
Still got K2 with the XM in hut.
True.
And Proto's playing enough gatekeeping over towards lobby that they actually be able to, you know, funnel into that XM. But here we go with the op. It's only an arm on the Chouds, 21 HP. Oh, Benji here. Well, Redna just gets caught in the open. That's the bomb.
How was Say You Will here? He finally got down secret. We didn't see it, but that's what happened.
Oh,
K2, he's not going to get a kill yet, but look at the timing is so perfect.
Oh, if it's not Uni, it's going to be Benji, and if it's not Benji, it's K2. Well, it is going to be Benji and Uni working in tandem, and now Say You Will up ladder, but here's the XM. It's going to get the job done at the end, and you get some value out of the shotgun. You get the round win if you're IT yet again.
And I'm sort of back into the situation, Seymour, where you lose a player early, right, to the op over towards ramp. And then you nearly dry swing ramp again. Yeah. Why?
I'm just
not sure.
MTU just feels so comfortable with these dry peaks. They feel like they are ready for those duels. It's just, at some point, they need to learn.
Well, I mean, it was successful for them over at the A side on overpass, and I mean, that's a very different situation, to be fair, but here we go. Ramp push once again.
I like this from MJB. Just give it up. Force them in sight. And he finds 2 with the M4. Now K2 comes to help. 4 down for Huskies. All alone, Redna with the Tech 9. And yes, you know, it's a Tech 9. It can do some damage, but not that much damage. I have to say, you know, 7-5 for RIT. going through this half, yeah, they're in the lead, but the fact that Huskies have at least found 5, if they, you know, walk out of this even getting remotely close to the number 7 on a T side, I would be impressed with MTU.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat, right? I think at this juncture you'd be disappointed with 5, but it's not bad. And Retina, they've just got to stop him. He's a menace inside of that area. Squeaky door, more like Retina door.
I'm impressed, though, from RIT. You know, whenever Retina finds those picks, you have to give, you know, a little bit of a shout to MJB for always pushing the issue and trading it. Every single time Retina finds that first blood through Squeaky, MJB finds 1, maybe even 2 towards ramp.
This time that's been denied. Mostly because MJB's over towards ramp, and he tried to get aggressive, but he got dropped 2 walls in return, so...
The health on Huskies. 2 players below 50.
Not great. They have the util, though, for the site take. It's all about whether or not they're going to use it.
There's K2. Molly's going to be out. The spray from the AK is good for 1. Lucky Andre's down, but now he's blind. You have Uni above, so the help is there. And it's 2 down for this execute towards A. Suddenly, Retina, say you will, they are stuck in this situation. Say you will at least able to find 1 onto Uni, but 24 HP, 1v3. We've seen miracles today throughout this series between both teams, but can he get it done? No. MJB on the flank. He's going to put the finishing touches on that round, and he's going to push 8 for the Tigers.
And again, to you, what did we see there, right? A great opening pick from Retina. No one's able to even come close to going for a trade.
No.
And they take all of that good work, and they just play contact outdoor with a ton of utility just sitting on their back. No flashes, no utility with regard to the mollies on towards top hut, and it just all falls apart.
Oh, Benji does it again. A couple sneak through, so I mean, there's a lot of noise. K2 should know this, has a nade, but nade hits nothing. Oh, Chowds locates Benji, and there's the trade you want. Huskies, if they can overwhelm this side, if they can remove K2 from the inside, back behind Silo, it would be huge. Unfortunately for Retina, won't be able to get the read onto MJB, and they are dismantling this attack from Huskies. All of a sudden, you find Chowds in a 1v4. They know exactly where he is. And MJB, he is undeniable on his CT side.
K2, MJB, it feels like everyone is coming alive here from the RIT squad. The Tigers are absolutely showing they are not done yet. They might have lost that first map. It might have been close, but still, last round of the half, the loss bonus for the Huskies has given them plenty of money to go for the buy. And the early utility has stopped. It was looking to be an aggression towards A from the Huskies. This time, door, it's Benji's playground.
This is MTU's map pick, so, I mean, I'm not surprised they found 5 on T side, but the question is this where it ends? Scout, for say you will, a little bit damaged onto MJB there, but no kill leaves him still alive into this one. It's going to be Uni to play contact. Retina trades out Lord of Pies, 2v3. K2 on the flank. Say you will gets blindsided, so that's going to equalize.
Big round. Could really confirm the advantage that MTU have on the CT side, or on the T side.
Retina doesn't know MJB. Completely catches Retina off guard. Chowds wants to get aggressive. Playing close angle, and that's one way to end the half. Chowds connects the 2, lines them both up towards double door, and 9-6 half is where we're going to end.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of hard because I feel similarly in that first map how I do now, in that MTU, there's so much good, and then there's just some situations where they really struggle to get into those right positions. But overall, 6-9, I mean, that's not a bad half. Now,
no.
Granted, you gotta see the pistol.
Yes, and so far, I mean, Right now, MTU, they have been on fire in these pistol rounds, but Redna caught with the flash. Couple missed shots, and Jounce on 8 HP. What can you do? A couple players with their back turned, and Jounce is able to clean things up. So, nice play there for the pistols of MTU, but MJB has been the gatekeeper of some of these rounds against MTU, and in a 1v2, Smoke will give him passage onto site for this bomb plant. Jounce on 8 HP makes this doable.
The good news is Sayuil has a kit. So Childs can absolutely walk in here, play the fool, play the bait, if you will, and allow for the trade to come through. He'll do just that. He's going to go aggressive, clear out all the angles, even tap on the bomb.
Now they know. Sayuil's going to hop it. Kit's giving him that way. Benji helps out with the kill into one, but oh, he gets it done too. MJB, even with the kit, he manages to find the click, the smoke, and 10 rounds for RAT. They find themselves the pistol on T side. So both teams finding their pistols both on T side.
Again, just small mistakes from Michigan. They go for that defuse, but the smoke is missed. It doesn't actually cover the whole bomb, and you let the guy who doesn't have the HP to take the duel when there was plenty of time still left on the clock.
Well, it looks like they want to take a page of the RIT anti-eco or eco round, and Benji is going to repeat what Lord of Pies did to them in round 2 of Nuke, and it looks like RT looking for number 11 here. Proto's got the pistol. He's also got eyes on Sayuil. He's going to spray him down. Flawless too, no lives lost, so that is perfect, if you ask me.
I would be in full agreement with you there, Seymour. Absolutely flawless in every way from RIT. Despite the Huskies going for that sort of nade stack over towards the outside position. I mean, it was a good play from MTU. Don't get me wrong. It just wasn't effective this time. Nobody home.
Well, now we get to see what they can do with rifles in hand on CT. But look at the aggression from K2 Outer. Finding so much map control and just barely edging his way in through Seater. No, he's going to be all the way down there already. So K2 is finding so much real estate through Nuke for free. And if this blows up, if K2 finds a pick, that's going to send MTU in a little bit of a scramble.
Freebie K2,
oh, no.
That's massive.
Lose that on MJB, and K2 ends up getting cleaned up, so all for nothing so far. Repies on the aggressive angle. Scout goes for the headshot. Not going to be there. Uni lines up 2v2 now for both teams. It's still doable for RIT. Chow just has to be careful. What are you doing? Walks through with his back turn. Benji slips the line again. RIT just finding themselves in such successful positions.
Uni looking for the third kill here. The HP difference is massive. Oh, but that's going to be heard. Sayuil will know exactly what's gone down. It's going to be able to rotate towards Secret. There's no kit for Sayuil. And there is a significant amount of utility of the Molly especially can be a big deal. But even the nade is deadly to Sayuil if placed in the correct spot.
But it's planted for dark. As soon as Sayuil sees this, he's going to know.
Oh, but
That plays cards right, and it looks like he reads it properly, just not able to hit the right shots, and that's going to be number 12 for RIT as they double the score of MTU on Nuke. Now this is insane to me. The fact that, you know, they look so confident on their T side. I mean, this is MTU's map pick after all. I was expecting their CT to be, you know, locked tight. But RAT are just constantly getting aggressive and dismantling some weak points in the armor.
No doubt. I mean, it's just been so consistent from this RIT squad. I think that they deserve all the credit in the world for it. Walking into what is just Deagles and 5.7s. Lucky Andre is the only one to be able to do anything about it. And he's been pretty good this map, on pistols especially. But He's the only one to be doing anything else. K2 with a couple, and RIT continuing to farm these rounds.
And you look at the comparisons between, halves between these two teams. An eco round there for Huskies, and the Tigers, they only give up 1 life. So that's clean as ever for the team, for their team half. Something that the Huskies just could never manage to make happen. Chow's going to get aggressive. The flash is there. He knows the aggression is going to be through the smoke. Only good for 1 kill after they rush on through. But now Retina up for the Chowsk and Proto ready for the duel. Another win there for RIT. Gives them passage into the site. Lord of Pies will be here. Is he going to be able to spot that bomb planter? He will. Uni gets cleaned up. Makes things a little bit interesting into the round as now suddenly the Huskies collapsing on this position. Lord of Pies bites off a little too much, and Lucky Andre there for the trade. Still back and forth between both teams. Bomb now out in the open. I want to see Say You Will just back things up. Wait for Lucky Andre. Try to bait into this player in decon.
Solid work. Nice drop there
gap.
from MJB.
Do they know?
He has all the info. No, they had no idea whatsoever. It'll be MJB 1v2, but how many times has MJB done this before? It feels like at least a couple.
Seems like MJB lives winning 1v2s, so picks up that bomb, and there's still 38 seconds. I mean, there's still time to toy with the minds of MTU here. So he's going to back up, disengage from the site, see if he can, bait a couple players off rotation. He's going to go back in, but the thing is, though, you're not going to dissuade the mind of Say You Will. He steps up to the team and, walking into the roster today, and he has definitely been that guy. 16-16, leading the team in slaying and putting on an exceptional performance.
No doubt. I also want to say the fundamentals there from MTU were good, and it's been a little bit shoddy whether or not those situations have been set up correctly from them this whole series. So grouping up, playing together, playing for the trade, exactly what you want to be seeing.
Oh, Say You Will this time goes down. MJB, the deliverance. Right now with op in hands. A great position to find. No pick on this cross, but the flash is good enough to allow Proto and Benji into a crossfire. And Proto with the op has been definitely such a good player for going toe-to-toe with Redna. He has gotten the better of him time after time throughout this game. To do it again in this round could be looking at 14 for the Tigers.
And that'd be so huge for their confidence as well moving forward. To pick up just 1 away from map point, but of course, it's about pushing the advantage that they have to the maximum now. All they need to do is play together, play for the trades, and RIT will get there. Of course, looks like they're going to be setting themselves up for this execute. We never saw MTU throw this execute, I don't believe, but here we are now.
Well, Lucky Andre forced off of Hot. Now it's going to put Lord of Pies in quite a particular situation. Retina's going to have to walk into support, but Benji, MJB, they dismantle them, they pick them apart. That's the bomb down. Chowds only has a pistol. Will be able to recover the op, but it looks like Tigers are hunting right now to take this player down, and Benji in a moment will be able to take this duel. He's going to find the kill onto Chowds, and clean is Nuke for RIT. I mean, this team, they came prepared. They definitely have done their homework.
I mean, and I don't even know if it's homework on MTU specifically. They just look like they have a very good fundamental understanding of Nuke, and it seems like for the T side especially, their utility is just so much stronger.
Yes.
I mentioned it before, but MTU, like, I didn't ever see that A execute come through, and that's just such a standard for Nuke. I would have been very surprised, and was very surprised not to necessarily see that.
And usually it's such a simple thing, but RIT, they make it look like such a big difference. Throughout this game, Retina goes down. Suddenly no rifle in the hand of Huskies, and Lucky Andre Chowds looking to do a little bit of damage. They'll find nothing. Map point for RIT, and this is a lot more decisive than that overpass.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the Huskies have dropped off just a little bit. I mean, listen, and this is not a knock on Retina at all, but it did help that Retina had 40 kills in that.
I was going to say.
And that is not to say Retina's playing poorly, because I really don't think he is. I mean, he was getting so many opening picks before, but still.
I mean, it's not that he's playing bad. He was playing like a superstar in the last game, and this is just okay for him.
Right.
So you can see the difference is definitely showing when it comes to the rest of the team when they have to chime in for a little bit. Lord of Pies barely escapes on 7 HP. Well, you look at Benji's on 10 too, so you know it's not all great for the team. Chouds is going to take one down as he's sitting back silo, and Spam Bomb should go down on B, but here comes the cavalry. Okay, MGB just constantly finding two pieces, and he does it again here, looking for the round win. He's going to turn the tides of battle and give now RIT the strength for this retake. Retina equalizes. You got Decon open. Lucky Andre might be finding the battle that he needs. Benji on 10 HP, cleaned up by the M4, and now with the bomb planted for Decon, it's suddenly going to push MJB in a situation where he has to get aggressive through double doors, and the no-scope from Retina. That's the plays I want to see.
I mean, that's incredible from Retina. We just talked about how he hasn't been the same player as on Overpass, but that is exactly what we were seeing on Overpass. That sort of ridiculous shots and connections. Andre able to find the additional kill in Decon as well, but here's 7 rounds that would be needed for MTU to put Schiss back and send us to overtime. That would be the requirement, and that is a huge thing to come away with. I don't know if they'll be able to. But, all right, nice job. Lord of Pies might have been blind, but certainly not deaf. Still able to find that timing.
Well, even if he wasn't blind, there was a smoke there, so it doesn't really matter. And there it is. You know, that first pick that they get suddenly rendered useless by MJB.
And ultra aggressive with the op there is Retina as well.
They know he's lurking, so it doesn't seem like they want to leave A just yet. And no way he finds 2 here. MJB has just been so good throughout Nuke, and the rest of them come to play. That is a dominant win for map number 2 for RIT to even us up.
That is just so impressive. I mean, final score there, what, 16-8, if I'm not mistaken. You just have to give it up to RIT. Yes, they pulled that off, but the other side to that was, I mean, and I think that last round really kind of illuminates some of the problems that we were seeing. That re-aggression towards Hut, well, it was so fast. You said, okay, how can MJB pick that up? Well, he hears them stomping around from a mile away. He knows that they're coming. It's just about connecting the shots then, and in fairness, MJB did a great job of that. Dropped 30 right there at the very end, if I'm not mistaken. But it's those things and more that I've just been seeing missed by Michigan Tech.
Yeah, I mean, when we take a look at the replays, we could definitely, highlight it, but I'm right there with you. Going into Inferno now for map number 3 of this series, I'm going to have to see, Huskies, if you're not going to get that superstar performance out of Retina, they need to go back to the basics, play some textbook CSGO, use that utility a little bit better because it was lackluster here on Nuke. Your map pick, too. I mean, everything was pointing towards MTU to shut things down in a 2-0 victory here over RIT, bring them back down to earth from that 8-0 start in map count that they had, but they really missed the mark on this one. I don't know if it was overconfidence. I don't know if they just came in without a strategy or, if it was really just some mistakes that they didn't mean to do.
Well, mistakes, I think that's the thread here, is we've seen a lot of mistakes from Michigan Tech. We'll have to see if they can stop that from happening. Inferno coming up next right after this break. Alrighty, well, I mean, map number 2 for RIT was a different story. It's like we flipped a script of some kind and they changed the tune, but Inferno, that's what's coming up next. And Seymour, I gotta ask you, you were still on the RIT train, and I think the respect is now given to why.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, I was rooting for RIT to pull things back, and they did in a very dominant fashion for that second map. Going to the third, I'm sure the confidence is booming for them. The only thing is, it doesn't feel right after that map 2 victory. I was expecting this to go all the way to a third map, just not like that. I still don't think we're getting the full potential of MTU, and I hope, for the sake of, the competition and for the sake of, just seeing a close decider map, I'm hoping, MTU, stepped away for a second. You're looking at your veteran player of Retina to really, dive into that role. If you're not going to be a superstar, then delve into, lifting up your teammates, making that in-game leader call out, trying to really push some confidence into this team and pull out some stronger strats than we saw in Nuke.
I think they're going to need some stronger strats for sure, but I think that as a team, they just need to stop making some of these mistakes. I mean, we saw a plethora of them. I even went so far as to say that Overpass was a map where MTU were playing against themselves more than they were playing against their opponents. And, well, it didn't quite feel that way when it came to Nuke, because, RIT stepped up in a huge way, but I do know this. I know there's a fantastic coaching staff over at Michigan Tech, and I think that the same problems that we're seeing are more than likely being seen over there. And the break between this map and the last is a good time to be able to hear and get that input. So I do have faith that MTU can bring this back. They did, listen, at the season opener, they beat Ashland 16-1 on this map. So they play some Inferno, and they play it pretty well.
Yeah, they do. They play it really well. Just for a reminder for people, wondering, we saw RIT, they ban out Ancient and Dust. Huskies, they ban Mirage and Vertigo. Surprisingly, RIT picks Overpass. Huskies take the win 16-14. And then Huskies pick Nuke, map 2. RIT slaps them silly with a 16-7 win. And that leads us here into Inferno, and I am right there with you behind it. I am expecting, MTU to shape up a little bit for this decider.
And Inferno, I mean, what a place to have a decider, right? I mean, this
I love it.
The standard map that we like to see, especially on collegiate Counter-Strike. We see it a whole bunch, and to be able to have a decider on it is fantastic. We are going to get a knife round this time because this is the decider. So the winner of this knife round will get to decide what side to start on, but, well, not really a decision. CT side is where you want to be. It's just a matter of who gets it.
Hack and slash, and it looks like RIT is going to get to decide where we start. I love this map for decider too. It takes me back, we're both from NA. It takes me back to 2018.
Yeah.
Dude, it takes me back seeing Inferno as the choice to finish off a series, and I am sure we're going to be in for a roller coaster of emotions.
Certainly been that way, roller coaster of emotions this whole series.
Oh, yeah.
Especially for a fan of MTU, but here we go.
MTU on the T side.
Looks like they've really not invested too much, just to smoke in this Molly. That's it.
Well, the Molly's going to clear out all the way into New Box, and Smoke's going to block off the cross, so there's going to be a plant. We're looking at a 5-on-5 retake.
Yeah, RIT, they elected to go with a bit of a stack in towards the A site. They played passively in order to play for that 5v5. There's just
MJB
a smoke.
has a kit.
There's no flashes, though.
A flash on Proto and a flash on Shout, so at least one for either team. The crossfire is going to be set. Retina finds the first, second, and third. Say You Will chimes in for a fourth, and that is clean. Clean pistol round again for MTU, and they've been like that. I mean, I think when you look at this in the grand scheme of the whole series, I'm pretty sure MTU should have the advantage in these pistol rounds.
Yeah, they absolutely have. I mean, it really kind of goes to show how strong RIT played on their nuke. When you think about the fact that MTU had a pistol in that one, and on the T side, and they still weren't able to come away with the victory. So
You know what's surprising? It's surprising that when MTU have rifles, suddenly RIT's pistols become a little stronger.
It's true, man. It is a little ridiculous. I mean, Proto back on Nuke hits like 4 kills there, just for the record. Like, yeah. Oh, Chow should hear this player. No, he's not heard him. It's a double swing towards mid.
They have gotten so much information though over towards B.
Chow's wants the ace.
This bomb's gonna go down for Lucky Andre. Yeah, give him the ace. Just for the Oh no, he goes down 2. Oh no! The Zeus is gonna be the one to stop the ace. But you know what? I gotta talk about that a little bit better. It definitely looks like the anti-eco was a lot cleaner here on Inferno than on Nuke, and I like to see that for MTU.
Yeah, and listen, it doesn't feel good to get Zeused, but it actually is only $200 that you get out of it, and so it's actually worth less in this case than just a regular kill. So it's actually better for the Huskies, I would argue, hypothetically.
Silver linings.
Yeah, exactly. But not to mention that he's got 4 kills as well. So I'm doing some quick math. That's $2,400 in the bank account.
Yeah, it might not be good for the morale, but it's good for the cash in your pocket.
Yeah. Bank account singing. We love that.
Rifles for RIT. Couple rifles for MTU, so, you can't really take this away from them right now. Fishing for an opening will be Chowds as he walks right through a molly. Baits out Benji into the sights of Retina. And Shouts with the smoke, actually finding some information on Proto too, so Retina doubles down on the inside of the site. Now K2 left alone in the pit. Walks away with a kill with Lucky Andre, but check this out. Chowds playing for the rotations. You got 1 HP, play for a little bit of a one and done.
K2 is in such a really tough position to deal with, though. And you can see they're having trouble clearing him out. Lord applies his patience on the flank. It's going to come to fruition, and with K2 finally dissuaded, it's Uni 1-on-3. I'd like to see them go for the save here, but that's not even a possibility. Pokes their head out just a little bit too far, and Seymour, it's a 3-0 start. The Huskies, you know what? They may have had that combo. They may have gotten that feedback, because they do look like a bit of a different beast, at least for now.
Yeah, I have to say, we were looking both for a little bit more communication within this team, and you can see it almost in picture with that execute over towards A. So solid, in fact, from MTU so far in this anti-eco. Just look at the way they're handling this. If this was Nuke, if this was Overpass, you'd be seeing them get so aggressive, but no, they're going to expect the aggression from RIT this time and just line it up.
Yeah, and sort of taking turns there, swinging off each other's contact as well. That's another small thing that, again, we've seen those small problems come up for MTU. That's another one of those small things that has been a struggle that they've just done very well. Now, MJB, a couple of kills there at the end, does a fantastic job at that, but here's the op.
Here is the op. And there is the kill too. So first kill there from the omp itself. Retina just blowing this round open. Two from Boilers slips out. Oh, almost finds 2. Good damage onto Andre, but still walks away with his life and an advantage to MTU. Maybe not in the health, but in the numbers on the map. You look at the map and you can see that I'm down, so still a little bit of time to work with if you're RIT and figuring out how you want to wrap your hand around this situation.
Oh, but this is a little worrying for MTU here, at least for me. You can see the positioning, right?
Benji.
This push down mid, it's so perfect, and he's gonna get away as well. That's the critical moment. Retina needs to find this kill, and he needs to find it now. He's called in some help from the rest of the squad.
He's backing up, but here we go. Now the bomb in hand of Retina. It's go time to get to that site. And Proto, Uni, they are nowhere to be found.
So this retake, a 2v3. Normally, you're retaking towards A, you're in a tough spot. but they've got a nade, and that could be deadly to Andre depending on where it's thrown. It's pit that Andre's playing, and that is such a common position to contend with as well. We might see that as well as the molly and deployed into that angle. I say if, because RIT seem hesitant to even go for this. I don't know if they've gotten the information that Retta and Andre are relatively low.
I mean, I don't blame them at all. They just want some exits here. Proto's going to burn Lucky, and actually, everybody's going to die for MTU. You can see the round for RIT, but you walk away with an op for Proto and a good amount of cash. You're going into the next round pretty broke, so the fact that you can deal that damage to MTU and know that your anti-eco or your force buys have been successful in the past, not too bad from RIT, because a good round here could mean that you cripple MTU for a bit.
That's entirely fair from that perspective, but look at this op. Proto. Oh! I thought it was a collat. I really thought it was. But Retina, as well as Shouds, excuse me, that was the Lord of Pies, able to find a kill both through the smoke.
K2 still lurking towards apps, so haven't fully cleared this site, and I'm sure they know. Yeah, you can see a couple of these players, they immediately turn around. They know K2's been lurking in the past, and he's going to do it again, this time taking Chouds down before himself. 3v3 with the bomb down. Full site control for the Huskies and the better weaponry. And he's going to look to solidify this round. A couple players peek out. MJB at least good for one on the inside. Recovers an AK. Both players trapped in pit. That nade's going to be solid enough onto Retina's doorstep, but takes no damage from it. Lord of Pies goes down at MJB. All series long. This guy, he's been getting it done. Is there time?
I think so. Oh no! Just a moment off. That was so close. MJB though, I mean, you have to be so impressed with what this guy's been doing.
You know, that bold play back on overpass for the defuse in a 1v3, and then constantly pushing MTU to the wayside on nuke. Now that, I thought he had that, and if he did, I mean, you talked about that when Retina's on the map, anything's possible. I'm starting to think that MJB can do anything.
Yeah, he's absolutely made the position known that he is that guy.
Oh, okay.
K2. In that same combo, we have to admit.
Yes.
He's come back and through the wall this time.
But it's a breath of fresh air, you know, knowing that, you know, you kind of come into the series really putting K2 on a pedestal, but you have players like Benji and MJB and even Proto at times who have just put their name into the, you know, the book of RIT as, you know, some of the greats right now on their team.
Yeah, Proto, especially on the pistols, plus when the op comes out, has been phenomenal. Definitely a little bit weaker when it comes to the rifles, but hey, if you can make it work with a pistol as an opper, I mean, talk about effectiveness being multiplied.
Even when you're looking at the head-to-head between ops, between Retina and Proto, I would even put that at 50-50 after what we saw on Nuke. Proto was getting the better of Retina constantly. You gotta be thinking about that, but here we go. The execute over to A. The Molly will block them off, funnel them over to their team. In fact, it completely bring them to a halt, so stalling this time perfectly. There's only 30 seconds left, and it looks like they want to go back to B. I love this call. There's only going to be one player there, MJB, of all players to go up against, and Retina's going to take him out right away, not even give him a chance to think.
Oh, and Retina, he's read him. He knows. He's going to get shot down through that smoke. Nice spot there from Benji. But Lord of Pies is in position. He's going to confirm the one and the second as well. This is a retake that is severely impossible for K2. 7-0. I looked up the scoreboard. I didn't realize how dominant it was.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely does not feel it when you have MJB almost clutching up a 1v3 on site.
I mean, this has not been... I mean, it's been dominant in the scoreline, clearly, but it's not been that way when it comes to these individual rounds.
No, you see it on the scoreboard when you just look at the kills across these teams. RIT, they've been putting up a fight. They've just had trouble closing out. Okay. All right. You know, that is a big summary of what we've had so far through this best of 3.
Absolutely is. Pistols and RIT, they mix very well.
Flash out for Lord of Pies. Uni's in quite the spot here with a deagle in hand. Spots the angle and beheading Lord of Pies with a deagle. That's 2 opening kills here from this round. I just say it just gets better and better every single time you see them do it. Pistols and RET, man.
I got 3 words for you. Not like this.
Oh, yeah.
RIT.
Right now, this gamble is not too bad for MTU going to B.
No, I mean, this is the right play from MTU. They've not made a lot of mistakes in this map, and this is not one of them. They are going the right direction. Of course, once they get the site, they'll be in a good spot. They got to take it first, right into there. Nice. They should know.
They should know Uni's here too, as he did get a pick with that deagle too, and they will. They're gonna clear new box. Lucky Andre takes him down. Bomb plant immediately. And look at the aggression coming out from Huskies just to cut them off at the neck. Retina with the op. Going to be in charge. A trade here from Proto. Recovers the op himself. Oh no, don't do it to him. Chow should know. 1v1. Backing up, respecting Proto in this sense.
You have to. Proto's put so much on display with this op.
Well, here he comes. Knocking on the front door. Chow's right there. Back turned and dead.
That is a magical moment. Another RIT classic round where they pick up a victory with just pistols. This time with a couple of upgrades on the Deagles, but there wasn't all that much armor to work with either. And after 7 consecutive round wins, it's the Huskies to fall. And you can see how close these rounds have actually been. The T-side economy, known for how resilient it can be, Seymour, but they're already saving, or at least this isn't a save, this is a force buy, but they're already working with little bit of a limited purchase, considering that they had to pick up a Tech 9 and a Mac 10.
Yeah, MTU definitely not thriving when it comes to the economy, but they have a little wiggle room, and they know that, so... You still got the op in the hand of Retina here, light armor, so has to watch out for being clipped. But something to note that Retina has found his way back into a comfortable position when it does come to those opening picks. I mean, back on Overpass, he was undeniably the best in the lobby. 41 kills. And now leading it at already 14, and there's only 8 rounds that have passed.
Oh, and Childs, the entry man, we've seen him do it, and he's doing it once again, this time with the help of Andre. K2 is the last player alive, and they're in the smoke. This is a duel of massive proportions. K2, how is he alive?
They are touching hands right now. And they should know that MJB, say you will, was a little bit scattered there, and a little bit of freebie there to give him some leeway back into this. 3v3, K2 still tucked away in apps, and he's going to peek out, find Lucky Andre. Retina suddenly under fire, under heat, and all alone. 1v3 for the op player, tucked away in pit. They know exactly where he is. It looks like they're going to hop this bomb and overwhelm. K2's the finisher there, and K2 was the difference maker, staying alive in apps.
And it's so important to think about, right? Like, it's easy to go down there, to commit to that gunfight if you are in K2, but I've mentioned it multiple times, but it's this experience that this player has that I think really helps them in those sort of situations. Playing passive when it's the right time to be passive, and that's one of them.
Oh, Proto! Doing what Retina usually does, and taking that early pick right down A main.
Straight down middle, man. That is perfect work there from Proto. And that's that consistency factor from the AWP that we've been talking about. He's not had it all too often, and he's not had too many chances to shine with it, but when given the opportunity, he absolutely pulls up.
what do you even do here if you're the Huskies in this round? Because it's not like RIT in the past have, really given you anything in these eco buys, in these force buys that you're getting through the Huskies. Back on Overpass, even on Nuke, RIT's anti-eco is usually flawless. So where do you even start if you're the Huskies?
That's a great question. I guess walk it up. Try to gain some bracket control, and they've done just that, Seymour.
Need Lord of Pies to go big.
Literally, that's it. No more utility for the Huskies.
The flash out from K2. Out in the open, swings wide. A lot of damage, but nobody drops. It's going to be Benji to hold the door. And now K2 can peek back out, help him out. Benji's going to get the last one, and that's number 3 on the board for the Tigers.
Not just 3, but 3 in a row. The start was that huge eco win. Again, big time moments for RIT. Push them to take advantages and push them to the limits. But MTU now. I mean, they could use a little bit more utility, sure, but they have enough to do what they can. They're going to be fighting for this space.
Fighting for the space, but not really giving anything for free. Benji avoids the flash. Finds one. Immediately traded by Lucky Andre. But Proto now. Everybody funneling right into this. Hoppin'! That's a beautiful pick again for Proto. Always turning up when you need him. MJB right behind, too.
Say you will. 2 quick frags. Smoke a little bit unaware, but ultimately this has brought this back. 2 kits though, lots of utility, and this double swing. Oh, Lord of Pies, this is so doable now with the 1v1.
Yeah, especially considering Proto has that hop. If you can leave him wondering where you're coming from.
He's got a smoke though.
Might be able to get the jump on this one, but yeah, the smoke should drop down. The flash long too. Oh, but Lord of Pies is gonna read it. Expects him just to be hopping right on top of it, and that is the easiest spray down that you're gonna see.
Yeah, I mean, you sort of have to take the hope, the prayer that Lord of Pies is playing that in apartments. That is what we saw from RIT. That was the gamble being made, and unfortunately, that gamble does not pay off. The Huskies retaking some space as they pick up a first round since that eco win from the Tigers.
Proto again. 2 to see if they can figure some way to shot down MTU. Lucky Andre, big hole nope right there. A lot of damage going to be done from the utility. Chouts burns down to 34. Benji's turn to hopefully deal a lethal blow and rips Andre right out of the server. Now you get the rotation here from MTU.
Yeah, but are they going to commit to the B site here? They've collected the bomb now. And if you look, there's no smokes. So it's just going to have to be dry when it comes to smoke utility. They have a couple of flashes. And in fairness, if they throw those now through this smoke, it could be good.
MJB. Name a better duo. MJB and spraying through smokes. Well, it's going to be Chouts and burning alive. Lord of Pies now looking to work with Retina to see if they can scramble back into a round and scavenge anything. Uni puts that to a complete stop early on, and both players with their backs turned. It's going to be 4 rounds now on the bounce for RIT.
So, let's talk about Huskies and the position that they're in right now, because they're in a good spot on the T side. Like, 8 rounds T side's not bad. But RIT, if they can continue this comeback in this 7 to 8, that is massive work that they've been able to do. This is a pretty significant eco round. That nade doing big damage, and Retina's gonna catch out Proto. That might change things. Up in Retina's hands is always scary.
It is. Bomb down 2 for MTU. A lot of damage done to all players for the Huskies, but still a chance that I'm sure they don't want to let go. Retina strikes into Benji. Op being already put to use. Trade's going to ring out. Suddenly, Retina's going to be forced off the angle, but still putting the sniper to the best of his work. He's going to take down one before dropping again, but it's just ultimately too much to handle. The pressure on their shoulders, it pushes them to the ground, and it pushes them 6 feet under.
Yeah, but, you know, plant down, 3 kills, lots of utility expended. That's all good news for the Huskies. MTU, they're loving that. RIT, on the other hand, they're definitely wanting when it comes to keeping their economy rolling. Of course, it may not matter considering the fact that RIT, I mean, this is round 14. There's just another one after this, so.
With aggression here, MJB and Benji. A little bit shaky shots, but Benji wants to double dip and will pay off for a kill of the Lucky Andre, and we sit 3-3 after the early engagements. A little bit of damage onto K2 through the smoke, but it's going to be a while until Lord of Pies actually really understands this. The real question is, look at this. Uni somehow has gotten into a position all the way behind them all. Sprays down 2, won't be able to get all 3. But that is such a lethal blow to the whole team of Huskies.
He walked all the way to apartments there. Surely that's what it was. And you can see Proto poised and ready. There's just a smoke in Retina's hands, that's all. And I don't know that he's going to be expecting an op here.
I wouldn't. And that was immediate out of Proto. Spots the barrel of the op, and as soon as he spots it, that is round done and dusted. Can we talk about this a little bit? 7-0 start from Michigan Tech. Now RIT have managed to scavenge a 6-8 half, possibly 7-8 half. I mean, if you were asking for a comeback, you couldn't get anything better than this.
No, I mean, this is exactly the way things would happen if you were writing it in the storybook. RIT, though, final step in that conversation is here. And it is a plethora of Galeals. MTU, they've got very little to work with. They're going to go for the Hall spot, and it is only 1-for-1.
Even still, should be enough to give Benji the better of the draw between that site, and he gets not 1, but 2. Huskies, say you will, run down through Banana and Lord of Pies against the world. See if you can make anything happen. Any magic in the hat? Well, there's none. And an 8-7 half. Somehow, RIT, they make the best out of it. Quite an exhilarating round between these two teams. There's a reason why this has gone this far.
Brilliant work there. I mean, RIT have just done so much, and look at the consistency from RIT. 4 players have 12 kills. Proto's the only one who's down at 9, but again, has definitely had some big moments. You know, frag's definitely not everything, but it absolutely tells the story that we've been watching, and that is that RIT, they play as a team fantastically.
A ton of utility going to be used just to get control of B. 2 players tucked away, 1 dark, 1 new box. Lord of Pies, Lucky Andre, both going to find 2. A third out of Say You Will, and it is perfect. The chokehold from the Huskies. And they have been so good on these pistol rounds, Vincent.
That was fantastic work from Say You Will. Not just the frags, but the trigger discipline as well. I loved how they waited until the players were pushing in towards the crossfire between New Box and Dark. And so they had now 3 different directions being shot from at one time. It's a small thing, but it's just so, so good. Those fundamentals from Say You Will, clearly a very solid player with experience on his hand.
And you got to think, I mean, the amount of importance that this series has, not just for, you know, confidence in your team, confidence in your score, but for the standings in your conference. Definitely, if RIT fall here to Michigan Tech, I mean, we've said it, it would pull suddenly our conference into quite the battle for first place between Drexel, Kennesaw, Michigan Tech, and RIT. All 4 teams basically neck and neck, and a loss here would just, I mean, push all 4 just even more even, where RIT is the #1 team right now. Suddenly MIT looks to bring them back down to earth.
Yeah, that's exactly the whole storyline is, you know, whoever can manage to get the the flawless wins against these other big teams, they're going to be in such a perfect position to take the conference championship. Of course, that's a little bit of a long way from now. We're just in week 5 as we're approaching things. Florida Pies throwing that last smoke down towards Banana. Some fantastic control in the early stages from Michigan Tech as they push themselves into a good position. But this is the gun round from RIT. But I mean, look at this. There's only one player committed to B. MTU this is going to be an A hit. At least they have an inkling.
Such a good read. And look at this. Lucky Andre playing contact with the information. The SMG, so much damage done. Retina just waiting for a chance to strike around the corner. Only good for a kill into the first, but Say You Will all the way up top. Apps locks things down with Chowds by his side. Nothing can get past them.
Great work from Chowds on the side as well. Using that box to perfection, setting himself up. I also really like that angle for Say You Will. It's a common angle, yes, but it's so hard to contend with when you're expecting the players to be potentially like pit or mini pit or somewhere else, because it's such a long way to flick from the lower to the upper side. Uni, oh poor Uni, caught that HE grenade right in his teeth.
Grenades traded from both sides, just a little bit of a heavier blow to the players with no armor.
Yeah, that's fair. It does hurt a lot more when you're not working with any body armor.
Well, let's be honest, grenades hurt no matter what, but...
I wouldn't know. I've never been hit.
Yeah, neither would I, honestly. Neither would I. But I'm sure, I'm sure it wouldn't feel good.
Yeah, I can be convinced.
Well, right now, MTU have definitely been communicating a lot better here on Inferno and not getting too over aggressive in rounds like this. And again, they're using their utility so well to just hold back the Tigers, keep on draining this time, and force them into a little bit of a position where they're going to have to take some aggressive gunfights at the end of it. So as soon as the smoke dissipates, expect aggression from RIT and MTU. They are ready for it.
By the way, just keep your eye on the fact that K2 is just chilling over there in apartments. That'll come to fruition later. Here comes the push. It's a walk.
I don't know just yet. And MJB actually good for one. Suddenly, if you go down here, if you're Lord of Pines, it would definitely shake things up in the round. Unfortunately for RIT, Lord of Pines, he steps up to the occasion and definitely exceeds expectations. And that is going to be round number 12 for Huskies. K2 slips away with rifle. Even good for a little bit of an extra kill onto the team, but no plant for the Tigers. And Huskies, they edge closer to a map series, even victory.
K2 doing the old lurk dance over there, picking out a rifle to save as well. Nicely done. I do like that we were seeing that from RIT. I think that K2 has consistently found that sort of success, but like you said, this TT side from the Huskies has been pretty darn good. Nothing to complain about, and here comes Retina. Give him an inch, he'll take a mile, and he's got the opening pick once again.
And Uni going down means that there is nothing over at B to keep Huskies here. All four players going to push the issue over towards A. Barreling through. Short, quick as ever, but Say You Will up top. Apps good for a one. The trade from MJB means that there's still more job to be done here on site. And Retina is ready for the task. Gets the pick onto MJB with that op. And shouts right alongside him just to make sure that nobody can pass through. 13 rounds for MTU. We are closer to RIT losing their first series.
And, I mean, listen, Retina at 25 is absolutely part of that, isn't he? I talk about how MTU, they are absolutely on the back of Retina in some of these games. And this one, I mean, it's been a little less so than Overpass, but Retina's been very impressive.
He has. Big molly there onto Banana just at the end of it. From top mid, so Benji Jock down to 73 HP. Still a little bit of a lurk presence towards mid, so a couple players may be able to slip the line here, find a pick and get out alive, but they're just going to settle for keeping K2 in boiler room. Benji goes down to banana, so suddenly B is off the menu. You're going to have to walk into all 3 players here from Huskies who have not moved a muscle from this A side, and they're just going to pull all the way through heaven. Say you will, waiting patiently as ever, and it's going to be 3 there, 3 down. Shouts is going to chime in for a kill of his own. MJB looking to deal a little bit of damage to this guns, but say you will, the only one to fall.
Childs with a little bit of a tough spray there at the very end. Has a good time with it, though. It's going to eventually hit the victory, and this seems a little bit late from RIT. You know, in fairness to them, though, a lot of these rounds, like the first half, haven't necessarily been all that one-sided. Sure, a couple of the ecos, more so than others, but I don't know that I could put a finger on the exact problems that RIT has been facing. For me, you look at the scoreboard, and it's like, well, nobody's gotten kills in the last 7 rounds.
You know, we talked about it a little bit in the green room. We talked about it even at the start of this map is, you know, MTU and the way that they've handled this series going in, you know, through Overpass and Nuke, and the fact that they've made plenty of mistakes. But those mistakes have been completely wiped clean, it feels, in through Inferno. And even still, I think that they haven't even reached their full potential as a team. We're not even seeing the best of this squad, and they are looking so good.
It does seem somehow their mentality has not been affected by that tough loss that was Nuke, and what I mean, I'd call Overpass a heartbreaking win. I know that's not a real thing, but still.
All the mistakes. It's definitely heartbreaking for RAT to lose that one, and thinking of what could be if they take their map pick and going into Nuke looking as good as they did. RIT, it definitely, you know, may not be looking the best in the scoreline here on Inferno, but when it comes to the series, they have been fighting tooth and nail against the Huskies, and a couple of bad draws here on Inferno, keeping them away from the flash in through Lord of Eyes. MJP in the op, done.
Great flashbang. Those are the things that we were missing in that Nuke game that are now online. They're here and ready to go so consistently. Spam damage, though. Lord of Pies. He's
right in the smoke.
K2 jumping still gets away with it.
Retna's here, but they know it. How many times have you seen Retna in that aggressive position? Uni this time learns from past mistakes. 4v3 for the retake. Huskies, they have the life advantage, and even more now that K2's down. Needs something big here out of Uni. Proto, though, loses his life from Say You Will, pressing the issue through Banana, all alone in the back of side, and they're gonna run him down. Another round for MTU, now 1 away from series win.
Where is the RIT from Nuke? What happened from this perspective? MTU as well, though. Everything working for them where it was falling flat just 1 map ago. The difference an hour can make in a game of Counter-Strike is ridiculous. Yeah. Of course, a different map, a different set of rounds as well.
Oh.
Well, I guess that works.
Well, it works out. I was going to say. Okay, MJB, that is so much damage taken from what looked like a molly, and Lord of Pies over to B. Op in hand, doubles down onto both MJB and Proto. Not looking good here for the Tigers. Challenge just waiting for the flash, waiting for his chance to peek out. Everybody grouped up for RIT, at least 2 of them. One lurking still over there. Nice molly over to Boiler, just burning more time.
Oh, that audio cue. K2's been burned by the molly just a moment, and Childs, alongside of Say You Will, is going to know what's going down. But Seymour, the bomb's
Oh.
not with them. I guess it doesn't matter because Retina, he's not taking prisoners.
No, it's going to be a full house of kills from the ops of Michigan Tech. And a victory. A dominant victory here on Inferno. I mean, it's been a good run for RIT throughout this season. They go undefeated until they meet the likes of the Huskies. And when they go up against the Pack, they just look no farther from that. A big win here for MTU.
Yeah, I mean, RIT, more like rest in peace, am I right? This game just walking away from them. But I think that the real talking point here is Retina again. It feels like this Michigan Tech team just lives and dies by him. And not in a particularly great way when he's not having those crazy performances, but when he's just able to step up in such a huge way like he did on Overpass, he can single-handedly win them a map. And here, I don't know what he ended on, but it definitely helped. And it was much more of a team effort when it came to Inferno.
And I'm sure we're going to get to see that when we look at the replays for the match that we just saw for the series. It's definitely a tale of Retina and who's going to shut him down. Well, we got a little bit of a taste on it from Nuke when Proto and his op was really putting, Retina into a little bit of a struggle for that map number 2. And not having that superstar performance definitely does not help with that second map of the day. But to talk about this MTU roster, walking into this week 5 match versus RIT with a substitute, and say you will, and how good they look with this substitute. I mean, at times you saw individual players for MTU, other than Retina, really step up to the occasion and shine maybe even brighter than the superstar player. And it goes to say that, MTU, they're one of the top teams in this conference, and it's because of the flexibility and skill that they have between their individuals, not even in their starting roster, but on the bench as well.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a big factor. Though, to talk a little bit more about RIT, MJB and K2, I think they really solidified themselves as the 2-star players that, as we were expecting in this game. But, I think there are lesser-known players on this squad in Uni, Proto, and Benji. They also showed themselves as very stalwart figures in the squad. The problem for them was that, well, they just weren't quite able to answer some of that star power. And, well, I think that's going to potentially continue to be a problem with the likes of Seb on Kennesaw State and the likes of Gank 88 on Drexel if that comes to fruition, because the bad news for RIT fans is that this is the start of a really rough couple of games. They got Michigan straight into Kennesaw, straight into Drexel. So that should be interesting to see. Regardless, we are just about ready to take a gander and talk to one of the Michigan Tech players. So we're going to get our interview ready to go, and we're going to get to talk to Childs. How's it going, man? Congratulations on the win.
Yeah, RIT is definitely a great team.
They played fantastic today. Consistency, I think, is the way that we described it on the desk. But on the flip side of that, I mean, Hunter is just literally built different. I don't understand how he continues to find the success. But talk to me about what happened on Nuke when he wasn't finding that success.
Yeah, it was, we were debating calling a timeout. We really were just really unsure of what we wanted to do, because we usually base a lot of our Nuke play around what Hunter's doing, if Hunter's feeling it, if really he's getting picks. So shutting him down was, I think, the true counterplay that they made against us there.
No, and it looked good too, when RIT were getting it done. But I have to say, the whole plan going into today, even with a substitute on the team, Say You Will definitely, stepped up for the team. Was this a planned thing, bringing him in on the team? Because it looks like you guys have been playing with him, or is that just a whim? One of the first times you're seeing him. How does he, match up in this team?
With Troy, he's amazing. He's really, he was our 6th-man walk-on. Sadly, Amor wasn't able to be here tonight. He ended up having a sickness, but he slots in really well to our gameplay. But we've been practicing with him a little bit, but he's mostly just been slotted in whenever we are really struggling.
Well, as Seymour mentioned, I mean, yeah, he stepped up today. Hope Amor is feeling better. Hopefully the victory is at least a little bit of a pat on the back for that one. But just let's talk about you, Childs, because you kind of slot into this team in a very interesting way, because Hunter does take all of the star roles, quote unquote, right? I mean, it's crazy. Yeah. I literally said in the second round of Overpass, I said, well, Retina's typically going to get 40 here. And then he did. So, but then you on the T side of Overpass, and I think consistently on Inferno as well, are playing in that entry role. Is that sort of planned? Or are you in that position on purpose? Or are you just kind of there by chance?
Usually I feel like I'm best on the entry, but my dad always likes to say we're playing as Hunter in the 4 traffic cones. So we definitely like to, on T side, I'm mostly just playing as Hunter's backpack, but whenever we're going and entering a site, I do feel most comfortable going in first.
I think your dad needs to give you a little bit more credit because you guys all were putting up a performance throughout that series. But, to look into the future a little bit, it doesn't get any easier from here on out. You guys got Kennesaw State next week. How do you feel going into that match for week 6?
Actually, I think it's the other team that's facing Kennesaw, but we've already lost to them.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I had it a little bit backwards. Even still, for the rest of this, you still have, a lot of work to do throughout this. How do you feel just as a collective?
Oh, we feel really comfortable, especially with Hunter playing out of his mind as he is. Troy, Swill, he's definitely improving as well. We've always got Lord of Pies feeling great in the server, but as long as we can just keep our consistency, I could see us going really deep in playoffs this year.
Well, I'm excited to see that. I personally hope that, I'm a fan of you guys and I enjoy getting to watch you, but just to kind of round things out here, Childs, with regard to the coming week, you are actually going up against Drexel. So, to be fair, a difficult one. Missing Nova, I believe, because Nova's gone in Japan. What is the prep going to look like for you guys for that Drexel matchup? I mean, 2-time champions, that's nothing to tip your nose up at.
Yeah, 2-time champions is really, really something here, but I don't know. We've won it one time on our own, but we love the guys from Drexel. We play them in ESEA Advanced sometimes, but yeah, great respect to those guys. We're going to try and get our nuke more down pat, I'm thinking, before we get into that.
Alrighty, well, just to close things out, anybody want to shout out or say hello to before we let you go, man?
Oh yeah, shout out my dad in the chat. Hi. He's definitely been watching and probably texting and critiquing my gameplay. Love him.
Alrighty, well, Childs, thanks so much for taking the time to talk to us. It's been a pleasure as always, and congrats to you and Michigan Tech.
Right. Thank you.
Alrighty, Seymour. A great interview. I've really always loved to get to talk to the MTU guys. They all have some great insight, and I think we got some there. I mean, maybe Child's dad needs to give him a little more credit. I agree with that.
I gotta say though, Counter-Strike's been around for a long time. I love the support through the family. Maybe running down the family tree a little bit.
It's great to see. It's a whole lot of fun, and the fun will continue here on the stream. This is just our first series. We had 3 full maps, but it's going to be Simon Fraser University going up against the University of British Columbia. That's coming up next in just a few minutes.
effort that you can't help but be impressed to see 4 players this much on the same page.
BPR, he wants more. That's 12. Slides on out some staircase, but he's not telling you had called for.
Night Owl once again with ball control has not been able to do much with it. A phenomenal setup for a double tap and a follow through the crossbar. Oh, the thread of the needle from Storm. I think that is past 2, if not all 3 defenders. Let's get another look at that. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3.
But his way back into the round and over towards mid. Retina finds more contact. He spotted, I think, maybe at least one, but the other 2, not the one, definitely on the cards. He's got flicks for more days. We see finds 3 off the back of the AWP. Amore able to close elsewhere.
Oh, that was looking deadly with the X-Ray. Truman almost having a shot landed.
Oh, what the?
Oh my god! Well, there it goes. There's the map. Truman, the great spray through the smoke.
I didn't even think of that. He's only lost 1 stock this entire time. I didn't even think of that. Oh my goodness. This is just, we thought that first set was domination. That's That's stock number 8, and that is officially Nate Star League Fall Season 2022 record. That is 8 stocks coming through.
Oh no, no way!
Yo, end it.
Alrighty, well, as you just saw, it's not just Counter-Strike here at the Nate Star League, and you might see something different up at the top of the week. Tuesday, we got Overwatch 2. It just came out in League of Legends coming in. That has been an empty slot for a few weeks now, and we're excited to get that started. And of course, that continues the esports action. COD and Valorant on Wednesday. Got the chance to jump into that broadcast. It was a whole lot of fun. And then Smash for Thursdays, and of course the best day of the week, the day of the week you always tune into is Counter-Strike here tonight. But definitely make sure that you're checking things out. Listen, I'm sorry, Seymour. I have to
say, you know, I do Call of Duty here on Wednesday. I'm sure it's not what everybody comes by. I'm sure people want to see Call of Duty on Wednesdays too.
Nobody wants to watch Vanguard. I'm sorry.
Well.
Okay, I'm just kidding. That was over the top. Regardless, we are ready to kick it with our second matchup of the day. It's Simon Fraser, who somehow have only played 1 game. To be fair, Open Premiere was starting a week later, so that's probably the reason why. But UBC 2-0, 2 Canadian teams. Is Seymour is the representative Canadian? What are you feeling?
I am feeling like this is gonna be a good match. I mean, both teams haven't dropped a series, although like the Open Premiere is very new in the way that it starts for 2 weeks. But even still, both of these 2 teams still fighting for that #1 spot. You know, I know there's like a 4-way tie for first place here, so you know both of them just looking for a leg over the other inside of the series. When we take a look at both of these teams, I think when you're kind of matching up Simon Fraser and University of British Columbia, I think you really have to look at this as a match that could very well define the top 3.
I think that's a great point. I mean, these 2 teams, they have some very solid individuals. I looked at Bajorans and Benito here for the Simon Fraser side. They have some significant main experience. They played the last season under Himbo activity, and, you know, they played pretty well. It wasn't quite the season they were looking for, as well as the fact that pretty much the rest of this SFU roster has some individual play experience as well. But you look towards the other side of things, and I feel like you're definitely lacking a little bit on that experience side, but these some young guns, at least in the Counter-Strike context, coming out to fight.
Yeah, and you know, matching up these 2 teams, you look at the map overview too for the series. We're going to start on Inferno, Mirage, then Dust for this best of 3. So if we go the distance, we get a little bit of taste of Dust too, but I'm glad we do get to see, you know, a little bit of a change in scenery going to Mirage at least. But, you know, still talking about these 2 teams, it's going to be tough for Simon Fraser, I feel, for this series, because both of them still undefeated in series count, but when it comes to map count, you look at University of British Columbia, they're 4-0. They are just like RIT prior, you know, undefeated so far, in not just series but maps. And Simon Fraser, their one series that they played, it went to a map 3. It wasn't easy at all. So they definitely have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that's a great point to kind of think about and really keep at the forefront of our mind as we talk about these teams and how they've sort of addressed things coming into that. That matchup, by the way, was against Oregon State, a team that I don't have a lot of experience with. So I'm definitely excited to kind of see if Simon Fraser can continue the success they had, or if that one map is going to be telling about where they're at against this UBC squad. But Seymour, for me, this map pool, this is what, see, Cole and I, over the last few years, we've dubbed this map pool the Collegiate Classic. Ooh. Because we tend to see a Inferno, a Mirage, and we've had a little bit lesser dust too, but you know what, it's classic for a reason.
We did get a little bit of a treat prior to this, so why not go back to the basics for this matchup in the open premiere. I think that, for Simon Fraser, the fact that they've been tested, a little bit longer in these series might benefit them a little bit, because neither of these two teams have faced the same rosters. Simon Fraser, their win in their only series was to a team that British Columbia has not played. So it's quite like the same with MTU and RAT, and the way I was kind of comparing the two of them is there's not really a solid, definite line between these two teams saying, one's better than the other, because there's no comparison between them. This match right now, like I was alluding to, is very well a test for the top of the conference, because, playing against each other should define where that first place spot, the second place spot, third and fourth will lay at the end of this week. And if Simon Fraser can, step up to the plate and take down University of British Columbia tonight, well, that just means that the teams that UBC were playing prior to this may be a little bit lower on the rankings for the conference. And Simon Fraser, I mean, they had quite the run last week.
That's absolutely the case. And that fight for number one, who else is all about fighting for number one? That's Monster Energy, an official partner in a Star League. And actually, both of these teams, Canadian teams, as I mentioned before, did you know that if you are a Canadian esports club, you can actually receive complimentary Monster? That's free, by the way. Come on. If you don't know about it, you need to check it out. Make sure to take a look at the information in chat and find out how you can get some amazing stuff. Complimentary Monster. I like that price. I don't know about you, Seymour. That seems good to me.
I was talking to a friend earlier today about this. Monster, drinks in general, food, whatever you say, they taste good, but they taste even better when they're free. So free Monster is that's where it's at when we're looking at that. So shout out to Monster for helping out these Canadian schools and giving in an initiative like this to allow for a little bit of energizing play going into series. But let's talk a little bit of predictions, because we got to blow. I'm rooting for the University of British Columbia. I may have a little bit of a bias because, I used to live in British Columbia, but you opted to choose for Simon Fraser. Anything in particular reason?
Well, so I think for me, it's about Bjorns and Benito. They are two players, and at least from what I could see, in fairness, wasn't able to find information on everyone. They seem to be the two most experienced players in the server tonight for these two squads. And so for that reason, I feel like they might be able to carry it over the edge. With all that being said, though, you know what? I do think this could be a bit of a toss-up, Seymour. I'm not saying this is a 100% by far. I think they're favored more like 60-40 kind of situation.
Okay. All right. So it's going to be close no matter what you're thinking between these two teams. It's just you still think Simon Fraser may have that little leg up over the team. I see, I'm ready to see if, UBC has what it takes to, take them down. I mean, after all, they are undefeated, and I like to be the one that looks at it like stats don't lie. And although we just saw RIT lose to MTU, I'm still going to back it up with stats don't lie.
Hey, I like it. You're sticking with your guns, and, well, we'll see exactly how well UBC and Simon Fraser stick to their guns. Of course, unfortunately, we're going to take a short break here to get things prepared in the server. As once we get there, we will be headed back, and we'll get that game going. See you in just a moment. Alrighty, well, thank you so much for your patience, but we have finally gotten things prepared, and SFU going up against UBC is going to be coming up shortly. Just a reminder, if you forgot, it's Inferno. It's coming up next. That's SFU's pick. UBC picking up Mirage, and Dust 2 will be our decider should it be necessary. But Seymour, Inferno, I mean, we just got done watching it. I think that we saw what was effective, what was a little bit less effective. Getting a good start on T side, if you have to start over there, would be nice. We saw that happen pretty quickly, but it is that CT side that we focus on the majority of the time.
Yeah, you know, there's a couple things that helps when it does go to Inferno for your team, and signing Retina to your roster is definitely one of them. Unfortunately for these two teams, they're not going to have Retina, so we're going to have to see somebody else fill in that role and see if they can have a superstar performance either for University of British Columbia or for Simon Fraser. Either way, I'm expecting this one to be good. Like, we mashed up both of these teams. This definitely shouldn't be a one-sided affair by all means. We get to see these teams for the first time in Open Premiere on stream, and I'm excited to get a little bit of a taste of these Open teams.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a couple of Open Premiere squads on the show already, and I think we've had a pretty mixed bag, to be honest, of, you know, very good games, a little bit more one-sided games, but yeah. I mean, if we're being completely real, that's true for all the games, even up in the Varsity Premier side of things. So I think that regardless of how things go, I'm excited to kind of see that storyline continue of where UBC, they've had their success, they've picked up 2 victories, and they have yet to drop the map. But Simon Fraser, a little bit more weathered, right? They've had to fight tooth and nail to get to where they are. Only one map, or only one series in, but they're potentially in the cusp of bringing this to fruition against this UBC team. I think that's going to be a cool storyline to continue as we move forward.
Yeah, and you know, it's just one thing to just note about that is that, like, it might be something to think about if the series goes all the way down to that map number 3. It's just, does University of British Columbia have the, you know, resilience to go all the way that far? So heading into game number 1, we don't have to worry about that just yet. We get to see these two teams fresh and ready to go, as they had even an extended break going into this one. So I'm expecting them both to be pretty warm going into Inferno.
Yeah, absolutely. We are seeing a bit of a fixed knife round there, and whilst we do that, I want to mention one of our amazing sponsors in Extra Life. Head over to extralife.org to find out more information about how you can help change the future with games, and we absolutely appreciate their support of the NACE Star League as well. A big shout out to Extra Life at extralife.org. But here we go. UBC on the CT side. It's going to be SFU on the T side. We talked about it. It would be nice to get that T side starting early, but that is a very difficult task, isn't it?
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a hard one too. And you know, Simon Fraser, if they want anything, you know, to do with the series, I want to see them start off hot, because in that one series that they had, it's either they were hot or they were cold. Like, their wins were strong, their losses were tough. So there's really 2 separate sides of Simon Fraser that we could be seeing. So let's see if they start off strong here. Taco from UBC, going to be the first one to take the first duel. Azuki going to be here just to back up on this crossfire, but playing it patient, waiting. This is definitely some good trigger discipline coming out from Azuki, and the shots through the box onto Bajorn, trying to put that bomb down is going to put so much damage onto these players of Simon Fraser. And here comes the cavalry walking into the site. Benito takes 2 to the grave, but it's going to be Quirty-Sem to try to step up to the rest, and it just doesn't have it in him. So UBC, they hold strong here in round 1.
Nate doing the work as well on the back end of that one with the double kill to walk away with UBC the first round. Nicely done. You know what? I think that a lot of that comes down to Azuki staying alive for so long in the pit and being able to continue to apply pressure, deny SFU the better post-plant positions, and it definitely helped to have Nate coming in so quickly as well. UBC, though, They're going to be buying in, and it's going to be a full force buy as well for SFU. So I'm very interested to see how this comes down. They have, I would argue, technically the better weaponry, but their utility is lacking.
Yeah, I expected this after they got that bump down in round number 1, but it's kind of a hit or miss considering that UBC, they have the SMGs, and they're going to have the better positioning on site to take these duels. SFU are going to have to take a lot just to get something through this round, and they don't have the utility to back it up, so it's not going to be easy to match up, even though they're going up against SMGs, a FAMAS, and a M4.
SFU, relatively passive at the early stages, and I think you could say the same thing for University of British Columbia, as they have not really taken the time to try and aggress anywhere. But that's gonna be the ticket. Information gained in the opening pick.
You see the disengage there from Nate. Repositions, gets an angle, finds one, but the 1-for-1 gives SFU a chance into this round. Bomb taking a while to go down, but now here we go. A lot of damage through the smoke onto Simon Frazier. You look how low 3 players are, just dancing around that 50 HP marker. The 4-on-4 for the retake now. UBC, they're going to have to get down and dirty, but with this low HP, this is where those SMGs can really put in some work.
Yeah, they're looking to tear it up, but the amount of range at this angle, Cordy standing tall, but Bjorn's nicely done. Up down to the 1-on-2. Warren not going to be anticipating this boost, and SFU, they've done it. They pulled off the victory. 1 round turns into the force buy and into the victory.
That's really just how easy it was to get onto that site. Nate finds 1, but only 1, and the smoke from SFU, they only had 2 smokes going into that. The fact that they were able to smoke off that choke and really isolate that 1 gunfight almost made it impossible for any more damage to come through and any more picks. And as soon as they got set up, UBC just had no way back in. Even though they had those SMGs, even though that a couple players from Simon Frazier were low in health, just couldn't hit the mark.
Well, and UBC, their force buy is coming out in this round, but look at how much it's actually got with them. It's got very little teeth to it. They're sitting with Deagles, and whilst we've seen their effectiveness at times, especially in that last series, I just don't think that's going to be as good as all of the rifles that SFU were able to put forth.
Zuki playing contact with the Deagle. Smoked off. Slowly but surely, SFU stemming their execute through mid. Azuki just tucked away for a second in cubby, waiting for an opportunity. Bajorans will find the opportunity for SFU. A little bit of a green light for the rest of the team to start falling into sight. On the inside, though, Warren and the Deagle, and a backup there with Taco. Both good for at least a kill, but Bajorans is going to be the difference maker. Lines up both heads. And off screen, Edison finds Suzuki lurking in cubby. So Nate with a 1v3. Looking for any sort of damage that you can deal to these 3 players, even through the team's economy. A kill here. Didn't net himself even a rifle, and Edison, a little bit too much there. Shots shaky, and Nate could be getting out of this with an AK.
I'd be running for the hills here. Nate wants to bite off a little bit more. Okay, better decisions are going to prevail. This is UBC, and Nate specifically takes the fall back and heads out. It'll be Bajorans. Is he? I think he dies in this corner now. No, just barely off. Couldn't remember the exact amount. It was 50-something HP that you need. So close. Bajorans clearly more well informed than I am there, but nice save from Nate to get himself the AK. Of course, UBC they can't buy off the back of it, so hopefully they can just utilize the rest of these players as a little bit of bait for the Nate hook.
Yeah, I like that Nate's investing into this one. A molly and a smoke and light armor.
Yeah.
If anything's going to happen, it's going to be from this rifle. So just, trying to give a little bit more packing into it.
Well, and look at the setup, right? They're going to have 4 players towards A. Nate's going to try and play this off angle. He's going to duck down more than likely and then allow the rest of the team to take the initial fights. Of course, that's all the big if, right? If
It only matters if they go there.
A. Yeah, exactly. It's not going to work if they hit B, and at least SFU anticipating some B aggression right now.
Warren's like, guys, come on. I think they're coming here. I think they're coming to me. Somebody help Warren. Anybody.
He's calling. He is literally screaming for the hills right now.
Rotate.
Guys!
Warren needs somebody right now, but they are invested to A, and sadly, it's the wrong call. So, Warren, let's see what you got, buddy.
Oh, boy. That's not it. Not it. To be fair, he had a P250. That was all he had to work with against the rifles. It's going to be the plant. The idea here for UBC is going to be exit frags.
Yep. Maybe you can find a couple more rifles with these exit frags, and then you have more free AKs going into round number 5. But
I like that proposal. Let's see if that can happen.
It's like, how many rifles do you need? More rifles. Azuki in the corner of Yorn reads them like a book.
I thought Nate was in a position to trade there, and he is not.
Well, now he is.
I mean, yeah, he got a little fortunate. Bjorn gave him the opportunity, but no recovery of that rifle is the point I'm trying to get at.
No, and even though you're walking towards it, if you're bows, you see that SFU made the right call, and they were going to make sure that that rifle is unrecoverable for UBC. So going into round number 5, only one pick for UBC in that round, so kind of null and void in anything that they were thinking. The 4 stack to A, it's a good call, but it doesn't matter if it's a good call if they don't go there.
Yeah, I mean, good idea, but unfortunately got a bit unlucky. That's the storyline of that round, but we have turned the tide. It's now the next, and SFU, the potential to continue this lead, or will it be UBC to step up?
Warren wants to get aggressive through banana, maybe a little bit of a one and get out. But it's Bjorn's to open up the map again with the pick. Luckily for Taco, Bao's not too far away for that trade, so hoping to not give any advantage to SFU. You're going to need something for Warren here. He's playing this aggressive angle. A kill would be good, 2 would be phenomenal, and 3 would just be dessert. So Warren, he doesn't want any of it. He's going to back up, play for the crossfire. I like this even more.
Yeah, I think the right decision there being taken by Warren would have probably... I mean, 1 for 1 there is the most likely outcome, and it could get so much worse as well. Of course, SFU still with lots of time remaining. Just passing that 1 minute mark, and you can see was 4 smokes. That 1 smoke going out over towards the left side of mid. It's going to bait out even more utility here from UBC. And that is exactly what Simon Fraser were looking for. But sub 30 seconds here in just a moment. They got to take the pick and move.
Well, it looks like A is going to be the draw. 2v4 on site. If Warren gets here in time, potential for some help. And Warren is in an angle for the cross for the information at least. But they've snuck through. Bao's turn now. Taking things into his own hands. Still on site. There is help. But does Bao even need it? It doesn't seem like so. 3 kills for the Baos. And Azuki finishes the rest of them.
Huge quad frag. Not a single kill before that. Has 4 right now in round number 5. UBC, the individual step up big time and give them back a win. Nearly tying up this game. It's 2-2-3, but look at this. Edison. Opez out. Looking to bite off a little bit here. Up on the T side of this map, it can be a little bit of a fickle mistress, but if you get it rolling, it is just as deadly as anywhere else.
I'm surprised because we haven't seen any aggression from UBC.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So, I mean, the op pick is a little bit of a shot in the dark, just hoping that the aggression comes through, but UBC have been pretty patient. Oh, Warren's turn again, as he's going to be holding the close corner. Smoke should come through, and Warren expecting him to back up the church like we normally see. So here they come. A little bit of early damage. Sam actually dropped down to 10 HP, so that's good from Warren early on. Even the Molly Colin taking so much damage, and Warren's going to line up 2 through the smoke. The backup from Nate, it's great. And it's 3 kills on the inside for UBC, although still not really paying off for the rest of it, as they do lose the players on the inside. Azuki manages to drop it down to just Edison and this op in a 1v3 fashion. But here comes the flank. The boost up for Bao is going to be red. Edison now just trying to pick which gunfight you want to take, but it doesn't seem like he's going to read this. Azuki free as ever for a third on the board for UBC.
Yeah, and listen, that op, I agree, doesn't make the most sense if you're thinking about it, about, you know, trying to deny any aggression or find opening picks early. But I think that the thought process from SFU is, well, if we get on the site, it's a huge tool to be able to hold on to that thing. Of course, the getting onto the site part was where they fell short. So, you know, take what you will. Regardless, the solid recovery from UBC as they've tied the game 3-all, with the op now firmly within Taco's grasp.
Yeah, and I was talking about how we didn't really see that aggression coming out from UBC, but now with the op in your hand, I mean, that opens up a world of opportunity. And Taco's going to set up a crossfire towards top mids with player number 2, Azuki. So the aggression now being shown from UBC, but still not as much as you would expect with an op on CT.
Warren actually, in that duel there in towards Banana, for the first time has gotten a little bit aggressive. Found the opening pick towards Bajorans, one of the heavy hitters. He's at 9 kills at the moment, I believe. 8 or 9, one of the two. And to take that player out early is just a huge victory for UBC, even in a round where, you know, they're just working with pistols.
Trigger discipline there from Bows. Easy cleanup there onto Benito. There's not really an opportunity for much more to happen here from Simon Fraser. It's just do or die. Just go for it. Over towards A. Edison with the one tap onto Azuki, but now you gotta get past an op, and Bounce, who has just been immovable object here through pit. 3 seconds left. Taco actually gets tagged up, and Edison finds an angle. Bounce the only one here, but I mean, that's who you could trust when you really the going goes tough. So gets the trade onto Edison. Now brilliant flash out, gets the information, and the one tap on the head with the M4. UBC, they take back their lead in the rounds. It was 3 in a row for SFU after that pistol round went to University of British Columbia. But since then, UBC have mounted a 3 spree of their own.
That they have. They've been on the road to the comeback. Not only made that, but they've made back their advantage. Of course, all of that could end here with SFU's purchase into this round. A pretty significant investment. And of course, the loss bonus, you know, it helps out. Losing 3 in a row. You pick up some extra cash every single round to reinvest.
Suzuki. Oh, they're all there. Can't find a second, but that's enough to get so much information for the team.
Yeah, but the limitation on that spray, look, depending on how fast SFU scale up, okay, they're not doing that. They could have caught this single player here, Bao, out at A. Instead, though, they've actually elected to move towards Banana, and the Molotov timing is perfect to allow for Taco to get some moments to himself before the onslaught comes forward.
Oh, I'm sure it's going to be a rude awakening when you don't find Warren instead an op around this corner of Banana. But how much damage can Taco do with this op in hand? Playing a late corner, so enough for, you know, a one and done and an escape with your life, but you still have 3 players over towards A if you are UBC, so right now you're up alone, and Taco doesn't even go for it. In fact, he gives it completely up, takes the op around Church. The smokes are going to block off UBC for now.
I don't hate that decision from Taco. Play for the retake. Of course, though, B is the hardest site to retake potentially in the game. I mean, one of the hardest for sure here on Inferno. But a lot of flashes. That will allow the potential for this retake to come in.
And you can see those tight corners coming into impact here. Bajoran's going to get takedown too. Even a third one at the Taco. Doesn't have a chance to shoot that op. Perfect out of Simon Fraser as soon as they get that bomb down.
literally a one-man army in the back of Bajorans. He's 15-5.
Those are retina numbers right there.
Those are all retina numbers. You said that they couldn't recruit him, and well, he's a different player, so technically right. But I mean, you might have gotten close enough here. 15-5. That is impressive.
Secret Agent Perry the Platypus too is the profile picture too. So
True.
you know he means business.
No 007 here, though.
I mean, what's the difference?
True story. 4-4. This is a an investment of sorts from UBC. They have a little bit of armor. It's actually Taco, the one player we're watching, who has nothing actually, but the patience from Edison, nicely done.
And suddenly, Simon Fraser showing a little bit of patience of their own, and it's going to pay off in this anti-eco. Nate alone with the SMG over towards B, so almost going to be as impactful as that 4-stack to A in the previous round. So you're going to need something big out of these Deagles. Bow, like I said, a movable object in pit. Well, can he be the same when he's got the Deagle? They know he's here, and look, they overwhelm him. Still going to walk away with one, but just one's not enough when you're trying to hold off the onslaught.
Nadinho, the final man alive, looking to do what he can. He's going to meet the wrong side of Bajorn's AK. He's got a triple kill. Seymour, he is farming. He is literally playing Farming Simulator right now.
You know, I think it's something to talk about because it's only 5-4 for SFU, even with this performance out of Bjorn's. So, obviously, we know that he's going to top frag for this team. The only thing is, when you're talking about it for Retina, it wasn't just the Retina show for MTU. It was Retina, you know, Say You Will, and, you know, Chowda, or Chowds. So, when you look at this from SFU's fact, the reason it's so close is because, you know, Bjorn's, yes, Edison may have 7 kills, but it's only Bjorn's.
It really is. And Benito, the player with the same experience level, or similar for SFU, the one that's fallen behind, but maybe this will be the time to step up. Could be here and now. 5 players committed to Banana. A very, very strong commitment considering they have no presence elsewhere on the map. Any sort of aggression will give this away.
And I think that the fact that UBC has 2 players stacked apps should give it away. I'm expecting Azuki to rotate off this angle pretty soon and come to the aid of these players sitting on B. Here comes the utility. And he does have the molly, so maybe a chance to delay even longer, and there it is. Drops it right into the open. It will be able to funnel them into 2 different fronts, but mostly it won't stop them from taking the site. Colin leading, finds the first. Azuki is here, only able to take some damage onto these players crossing. There's going to be a lot riding on this flank coming through from UBC. You're going to need to take them down, but who's here to stop them? It's Bjorns! Only good for 1, but 1 may be enough.
Oh, and look at this read. Colin knows exactly where Warren is coming from. With Edison dissuading Taco and Azuki now alone, it's SFU's round to lose.
Yeah, I don't see them losing this. We have seen some questionable round losses throughout today, but Azuki gets cleaned up, and that's number 6 for SFU.
I like the way you put that, Seymour. Questionable round losses. I would agree. This was not one of them, though. SFU, Simon Fraser doing exactly what they needed to do. And that one was a bit more of a team effort. I mean, Colin with the nice read, Bjorn on the hold there from behind, Edison chiming in as well. It did feel like everybody had some impact in that last round. And UBC, you know, the tragedy of it is that they're forced to another eco here.
Even still, they have been putting in some work with these pistols, so can't take it away from them to, you know, pull something out of the hat. But look at the double nade right onto Nate, all the way down to 3 HP. Suddenly, Warren a little bit alone and afraid in this position, and it seems like they're going to read it. Out in sandbags, they're leaving no stone unturned, but somehow Warren still finds 1.
That 5.7, man, underrated gun, I tell you. Fantastic.
Pow! Okay.
More like bang. That's what it was. Straight to the head of Benito, who's still yet to have some of those big moments that we began expecting from him. Still at 3v3.
I think if you're UBC in this situation, you just play for exits. Any sort of damage you can find. Now that Bao has an AK, you know, anything more would be great, Taco. Eagle. See you later, Edison. Second one's there, but Taco doesn't expect it. Azuki's slowly walking into the site. Colin should have a freebie, and yeah, he will. That leaves 2 players alive for SFU, a round win, and only a lonesome AK being scavenged into the next for UBC.
Better than nothing, certainly. Not what they were looking for, probably.
That's a good amount of damage, though, onto SFU. 3 players dead?
Yeah, no, you're right. Maybe a little bit more than I'm giving credit there. UBC, though, they've taken a timeout. And I'm really a big fan of this. You know, when we were talking to Childs in our interview for that first series, he was talking about them almost taking a timeout. I think that taking the timeout is almost always the right decision, especially in these collegiate games, because just taking a moment to think, you know, breathe even, you know, it's just better.
And I think it's even better at this time, the fact that UBC still has an opportunity to walk away this half on top. The fact that SFU are at 7 still shows that UBC can walk away with 8. So a little bit of a pause here, a little bit of a chat in, you know, how to, you know, wrap your hand around the strategy as SFU. And at UBC, we've seen them get a little bit streaky. They can definitely do it again here, but I mean, they can't afford just damage throughout these rounds. They're going to have to start getting some rounds under their belt.
Yeah, close only counts and horseshoes and grenades, and oh my goodness! What an opener. Edison, I'll see you next round, bud.
I think Edison was looking at a second monitor or something.
I don't know, but he's looking at nothing but the spectator slot right now.
Yorn's now, but it's Warren to take down Benito. Still keeping numbers in the hands of UBC. There's still 2 players in pit. Azuki and Taco. Been here all day. Nades are going to, you know, lands, but still holding their own. Azuki has not budged. The thing is, Bjorn's turn to chime in, and beautiful shots there onto Taco. Azuki's going to get red cordy, a little bit of 360, getting fancy. And now we're into 3v2 with bomb down.
SFU, this round could have gone the opposite way so easily, but that kill onto the mini-pit player from Bjorn's was so critical.
Wow. Does he check this? No, he
Nope.
doesn't.
Not at all.
That's such a
so
rough
unfortunate.
kill right there, because, I mean, you look to your right and suddenly, you know, it's doable for Nate, but you look to your left and all of a sudden Nate is just against the world and running to the hills to scavenge this M4 and full armor into the next round, and big missed opportunity there from UBC. Azuki and Taco, they live for a while in pit, but Taco doesn't expect Bjorn to take that wide of a swing. And as soon as you lose that, if you're Azuki, you're kind of a sitting duck.
So, you know, the problem here for UBC is that round isn't just about that round in particular. It's potentially about this round and the next.
Yes.
It gives SFU number 8, yeah, but it's also potentially number 9 and the fight for double digits even.
That's a lot of damage onto for the Molly on Benito. Although Azuki gets lagged there, I'm pretty sure that the trade and damage is still, you know, something to scavenge here for UBC.
It certainly is, no doubt about that. This setup on B, a little bit interesting. It's all about catching your opponents off guard by being in a bit of an off angle. And both players playing that off angle to dodge the flash alongside the fountain. So, yeah, it can be very effective. Of course, it is one of those like do or die positions where you just hit your shots or you lose.
Yeah, but Nate has full armor and Bao has light armor, and in these anti-ecos, Simon Fraser has been known for executing to B. So they stack the rifles there. Only thing is, it looks like 200 IQ play from Simon Fraser. They're going back to A, and a couple molly, a little bit of utility just to make them think that it's still at B, and suddenly these Deagles in a sinking ship.
Yeah, lots of good damage. I mean, look at that. Edison's just like, all right, well,
Warren.
I'll take the AK, which may be a little premature, but I can respect that. Of course, that might give Warren a free op.
Oh, the op was picked up, but he's gonna hear it. Okay, okay, Warren, I see you. Well, it's not done. Now for the retake, you still have the rifles coming to aid. 2 players stacked in pit. It doesn't look like the read's going to be there. A couple shaky shots from Colin. Still hits the mark for the last one. A tap onto Nate's going to put Bao last alive. And still the cleanup for SFU. Only losing out on 2 players.
And they're going to recover the op as well. So what was, a really solid look there is turned into something a little less than perfect from UBC. Only 2 kills and no recovered rifles, despite how good it looked at one point. Check in, Colin. 24
and 7.
24 and 7. This man he's on a tear.
And, I was giving a little bit of flack to the rest of the team for SFU, but they started to pick it up too. So it's definitely reflecting in the scoreline. And for UBC, everybody is finding individual success, but nobody on their team is finding as much success as Bjorn's. Maybe Bao's at time, but just not as consistent.
Yeah, we have seen some good individual rounds from Bao's, in fairness, but you're right. The consistency factor that Bjorn's is putting on right now is outrageous to consider. I mean, 25 kills, 24 kills, that's like good for the whole game. And he has that in the first half. We're not even at 50% yet.
No. Haven't even seen the full potential of Bjorn's throughout this Inferno. And Simon Fraser, they just look like they're getting better as time passes. Smoke's going to block them off for a second. Double stack here from UBC has been the name of the game, but it hasn't been the name to success for this team. All 5 players for Simon Fraser just waiting for an opportunity.
And this is where they need to get punished by UBC. UBC have been very willing to just let them be passive.
Yeah, no aggressive plays coming out for the team, and ultimately leaves them on an island. So another successful take towards B. Here comes the flank, but it's too little too late. Now Edison's watching. Warren goes down. Azuki and Taco, the last one standing. A nade there. Azuki gets spotted. Edison knows the job's not done for the flank. So now Azuki isolated. Taco only an op against 4 players. Benito's going to come help out on that flank. Azuki goes down. They know where Taco is too. So now the hunt is on for the rest of SFU.
Quick trade as well. Taco taken out via Benito. A triple kill from Benito. One of those ones we talked about not necessarily showing up in the big moments, the early stages of first half. Now doing so, and consistently such as well. UBC, it feels like, once you lose that sight, that's one of those situations where you might just want to be saving.
Yeah, you mentioned it for a brief second. UBC, surprisingly enough, they look back at this VOD, they'll notice how much spacing in this map Simon Fraser are actually giving to them. The only thing is that patient play that they've been playing since the beginning of Inferno, I think it's definitely been the bane of their existence. This time they're going to get aggressive, and this time Benito's here.
The one round. I mean, come on. That is Counter-Strike in a nutshell, isn't it, Seymour? Like,
dude.
You get a position where you're like, okay, well, they just aren't ever here. We'll aggress, and then they're there.
Oh, Azuki looking to be the pillar for this team. And rotations are here too. The only thing is Azuki goes down. Nate eliminated. And Bao's going to drop as well. So 11-4 is going to be the half. Pretty comfortable from Simon Fraser, if I do say so myself. Even throughout those rounds, I mean, it felt like a ticking time bomb, the patience for UBC. It was good at the start when they found, that pistol round, and then the 3 rounds in a row after they lost round number 2, 3, and 4. But after that, and after Simon Fraser started to get a little bit of economy under their belt and started to, get a little bit of confidence in their play style, and recognizing that patience was a thing, that patience definitely seemed more like a ticking time bomb than anything.
It certainly did, and there's no clear right or wrong as well when you're in that situation. But okay, Gordy.
Something to say is that these pistol rounds have either looked really close or really one-sided, and Cordy, he lines up 3 heads to make sure that it looks a little bit one-sided this time in favor of Simon Fraser, as they are ready to put this one in the history books.
Big fan of that Glock, by the way. The stickers,
right?
Very nice.
Clean. Not clean enough for the kill, though.
Unfortunately not, but, still, looks good. Well themed. I can appreciate the beauty.
You can love the aesthetic. Put it on like Pinterest.
Yeah, exactly. The server didn't work out this time. And SFU. I'm not saying that it's time to wave the white flag if you're University of British Columbia here, because that's definitely not true. But it feels like with that pistol win, SFU have kind of nailed that first nail into the coffin for map 1.
Yeah, I definitely don't like to, speak on that behalf either, but for UBC, anything from this point on needs to be building blocks for map number 2, for Mirage. It just needs to be, building on the communication, building on, the confidence on getting aggressive, and try to see if you can pull a couple rounds back before you lose it. A comeback would be amazing, but it doesn't seem like comeback is in the pages right now for Inferno. The way that UBC, compared to Simon Fraser, I mean, SFU are just playing some lights-out Counter-Strike right now on this map.
They are. And Bjorn, specifically, is playing some just groundbreaking stuff as well. To be fair, this is how SFU manufactured a win in the second round of the first half. It was via these consistent Galeals. Maybe that can be true for UBC as well.
Edison has been a monster on these snipers too. Op was crazy.
It's not even the flashy kills. It's just Edison getting 1 or 2 every round.
It's just the consistency that you can always count on right now if you are Simon Fraser. So the utility's going to come up. They bounce back onto site, set up for these consistent angles. Edison's going to get the information, but the swing around it, he has to back up, and he will for now. Sees that in the back pocket. So Taco, you gotta be careful here. A lot of damage done, but still gonna go down. Now time for the execute here if you're UBC, looking to take down the second round of the half, as Bjorn's just gonna get the trade. Colin goes down to 11. Bao's gonna get the better of Bjorn's in the back, and Warren's gonna back him up. So bomb down.
Well, then look at the forward position from Taco. It's already pushed forward in towards Library. Corey and Benito peek their head in, and they quickly move out. And as I just mentioned, the Galeals worked for SFU. They work for UBC. The pistol round is not the victory that SFU were hoping for. And I think maybe our discussion of where UBC were at with this victory, maybe we need to put a pin in that, right? I think the possibility for the comeback is still there with this victory especially.
And I was going to, double down on that point a little bit and just talking about that. On T's side, the patience definitely can be a little bit of a virtue for this team, for the T side of Inferno, because SFU have been known throughout this map to be an aggressive team. And this is when you can start catching off these CT players for a couple of first picks, open up the map a little bit, force rotations around, and I think if they stay true to the pacing of UBC, we could definitely see a little bit of a turnaround here. It's just the case of, SFU, and if Bjorn's is just going to completely single-handedly stronghold them into a different opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, 28-8 is a ridiculous scoreline into round 18. But we are in a tech pause here. We have an issue come up. I don't know what's going on, but regardless, it looks like it's been fixed pretty quickly. SFU, they've gone, fair enough, for the force buy around these 2 saved weapons.
Yeah.
MP9 FAMAS, definitely doable, especially considering the sheer amount of utility that they have backing up those 2 pits of weaponry. So finding some aggression maybe towards Banana, using that to take some space, is not out of the realm of possibility.
I was talking about this for MTU back in our first match of the day, that I like to see teams really opt to enable these rifles rather than, back them up with firepower. And the amount of utility that you're seeing out of SFU, with the patience that you've gotten out of UBC, this utility could just delay them even more when they do want to get aggressive.
Oh, that's a great point. It's all about timing. Timing from Corey on that Molotov, pretty good. He's going to end up finding a little bit of audio there and get aggressive from there as well. They're going to... So what the whole point of that, if you're wondering, is that UBC invested a ton of utility in there to actually clear out those angles, and with just those 3 nades, SFU have forced UBC, if they want to go back, to throw it again.
But they still have so much utility to work with. Right now, UBC, it's just waiting for that opportunity. They go over to A. Only one person waiting here. It doesn't seem like they're too confident with it just yet. So enough time for Edison to rotate. A lot of information from player number 7. And now Cordy with this SMG. Chance to blow this whole thing up. The only back is Warren reads him, gets the snap, and B site is open.
Yeah, Cordy, a little bit of a missed shot there. It will allow the plant, and you talked about the plethora of utility left with 2 smokes as well. This is going to become a little bit more difficult. Thinning of the herd has happened.
Now you've given Bjorn AK.
Yeah, sitting at a man advantage, but you're right. The Bjorn AK is scary.
Well, I like the last round when they just used their utility to overwhelm this player, make sure that there's no impact possible from Bjorn. But now, the dry peek, Taco eliminated, beheaded through the smoke. The boost is good for damage, but still forcing their way onto site. Now smoke of their own, and Bjorn with no kit. It looks like he just wants to hop this himself. A team kill almost from Bao. He has to spray down. Pistol picked up, but not going to be enough. And Bjorn never let go. The defuse for Simon Fraser, and heartbreak for UBC fans.
Oh my goodness. This back and forth is so exciting at the beginning of each side, but man, you're right. Heartbreak indeed for UBC. British Columbia doing everything that they could to try and deny that defuse. But SFU, I mean, props to Bjorn. That first shot was massive, but just to jump on the bomb. He was like, all right, yeah, team, you got this, and just committed to it. That was a mistake we actually saw MTU make earlier on, and Bjorn's is just like, well, I'm playing well, my team's going to step up behind.
Here's that aggression from SFU that I was looking for. They clear out Banana completely. Use that information to rotate accordingly back over to A. Now 4 players going to be stacking this. I'm not sure if the eco of UBC has looked strong enough to break through what is now a complete stranglehold of Simon Fraser players.
Good question. Answer. More than likely going to be forthcoming here as the retake of Banana is coming forward. About that minute mark, it's when the initial smokes fade. And we got a rotation as well.
They play their cards right. I mean, they definitely could overwhelm this player. There's still 45 seconds, so with player number 1, Taco, actually slipping through into apps, there's time enough to rotate, but it looks like they do want to take B. This is where we're going to be seeing it. 2 players now stacked up. Benito has locked arms with Cordy on site. Now the pistols turn. Benito's going to find the first. Second is going to be Cordy. Complete crossfire taking control. Nobody going down for Simon Fraser. And Taco wondering if he's got anything in the books to make this happen. The Eagle's not going to hit its mark. Edison chimes in for one of his own. And Another round for Simon Fraser here on Inferno.
Indeed, it's a flawless round at that for Simon Fraser. They don't drop a single player. And, you know, it's unfortunate, but because of the sort of forced buy situation and how back and forth this has been, UBC has this one gun round. That's all they have to stake their claim at a comeback here.
It's got to be here or never. Your UBC. No room for error anymore inside Inferno. Just trying to see if you can get a little bit more under your belt before moving to Mirage, as this is not looking pretty at all. Bow catches Benito, tail tucked between the legs.
Yeah, a bit of an overreaction from Benito there. Gets blinded. Here's the idea of somebody coming and just runs
All
for the
in.
hills.
I like that. In and out. Like he was never there.
A ghost. A ghost who throws nades, apparently. Nate.
Scary ghost.
Yeah, terrifying. The worst kind of ghost.
I mean, plenty of kinds of ghosts that I don't want to meet. But that definitely for sure is one of them. A grenade throwing ghost. That's going to be some sort of Halloween costume one day. Oh my goodness, Bjorn's just doing Bjorn's things here. Another one tap on Izuki. Here comes the execute. Full frontal attack from UBC. No dynamic to it. All eyes forward here. And Colin not having to do too much because Bjorn giving him so much room to work with.
Let's just get a check on the Bjorn stat line here.
33.
33 and 8, bro. That is... I mean, the crazy part is, I think that might be the best statistically of all day. And we've had somebody drop 30 plus every single game.
That's true.
So
that's true. We had a retina in the server, and we're still just bewildered by what Bjorn is doing.
Yeah, I mean ADR wise, I think he's right up there. But here we are, last chance for UBC to bring this back to push themselves ahead. This is Simon Fraser's map pick, though. We got to keep that in mind. Inferno could be theirs.
UMP, Mac 10, Galil, Deagles. Full armor on 4, but now, you know, the real namesake of this team so far when it does come to slang. Only on light armor. Watching the playthrough Banana.
Well, and who cares about that head armor when there's 4 AKs on the other side?
You're right. You're right. My apologies. Oh, and here he goes. A chance. And a chance taken. Bomb here. If Cordy finds the stray, that is going to throw UBC a little bit to the wayside for this whole round. But I love that swing. The double commit from Nate with the Mac 10 is overwhelming Colin. And Izuki with the upgraded AK taking down Edison. So Bjorn's can he get anything more done? He is going to be able to find one, but one is all you get. They know Cordy is on the case here, but the only thing is Cordy doesn't know where Bows is, and Bows will give UBC their 6th.
First step. I mean, you know, comeback possible? I will never say it's impossible. You won't catch me there. But a very difficult situation, to say the least. 9 rounds needed in a row with no mistakes. And SFU, their money good enough to go for another buy on the CT side. And Edison picked up the op as well.
You know, I wasn't asking for much from UBC in this map after I saw, you know, 12 rounds for SFU, but the one thing that I wanted were some building blocks for going into Mirage, and rounds like that show me that, you know, it's possible to take down Simon Fraser if you are UBC. You know, just the team coordination, Barrow's just popping off with some kills, and able to just overwhelm Bjorn on the inside of the site. It goes to show that it's doable. It is doable. And maybe not here on Inferno, but in the future, Mirage might look like a place where they can bring things back and force a map 3.
Yeah, I mean, definitely seems like a possibility. Of course, map 2 is up next. This still map number 1, and we gotta keep moving forward with what they have here. ABC taking some bracket control. Oh, nice swing out there. That flashbang from Taco really enabling Azuki.
There's that teamwork again, making the dream work for UBC. Immediately going to pivot back to B. And this is what I was talking about. That could thrive with the patience over towards this T side for Inferno. Is it starting to make SFU stir a little bit, rotate around the map? It ultimately won't work out because the rotate does come back to see if they can help out QWERTY, but it's enough spacing to allow an avenue into the site. Benito's going to be here, but damage so far down onto Warren. Spray through the smoke. Bao does it better.
A lot of question marks for me in this round from SFU. A little bit weird positionings and the such, but ultimately it looks like we're going to see a save on the 2 players remaining. SFU up and AK, they'd like to keep those. But, I mean, UBC, you know what? They did very well there. They definitely did a good job of using their flashes to great effect. We talked about Azuki in towards bracket, able to find the player top of on top of the right side, and then in towards B as well. We saw Warren caught out in the open there, playing on the off angle towards New Box. So just 2 times in just that one round where UBC were using their utility effectively to put themselves into winning positions.
Well, you know, it's just the big question now for UBC, I have to say, for the next step of these building blocks is just consistency. You know, just you have the right plan, you've executed to succession. How many times can you do it against Simon Fraser now? You know, until you need to find your next move.
Well, next up, Warren, nice shot, and Taco going to catch QWERTY off guard as well. Although Colin has recovered the op, it's still a push towards B.
Yeah, you fall off this B site, and you got to deal with Bjorns, who somehow managed to walk all the way around apps into T-spawn. And now, I mean, this is where you question the patience for UBC. Because, I mean, Bjorns is ready to strike. And if you guys don't go to site zone, you're going to be bit.
Well, you do wonder, for UBC at the very least, how's this timing going to work out? Not so well, apparently, for Bjorn.
And the nade in there, too, just to help Nate a little bit for that. They lose out on 2 players, but ultimately, in fact, they have site control. The plant's going to come down, and... Okay, I was going to say for a second when Bjorns walks through with a 5-7, drops the bomb, but... You got Nate with the AK still at full HP. It would take a miracle for Benito to do anything more.
I mean, if we were talking about damage to the economy, SFU did a good job there. Deny the plant, get 3 kills, you know, all that good stuff. But considering they only need 1 round win, it's not that big a deal. And SFU, well, I thought they were saving last round. Looks like they didn't save enough. They're going to have to be going for it again. So, you know, maybe some economic mismanagement going on right now and giving UBC a way back into this potentially.
Jordan's got the swag 7 here, a little bit of a jump. And he's going to get it. Oh, he's so quirky.
He just keeps going for it. He just keeps going for it. Normally, 1 jump peak, maybe a second. No, he's going for the 3rd.
And toss that rifle out. Nobody's going to be able to recover it. Jorns has moved all the way over to A now.
Oh, you're right. This is a huge adjustment. Don't know if it's going to matter, but this 4-man stack is good for SFU.
Look at the damage. Azuki down to 19. You find that kill, but at what cost? The bomb's still all the way down to the T side, so have to go recover it. After dying to Bjorn in the Meg 7, they don't want to even dance with a thought of going to B. So A is going to be the execute. The only thing is, Bjorn's is now here, and he strikes again with the shotgun. Taco goes down.
They're running it back.
The whole decision is null and void. Azuki's going to stay and wait, but the rest running to the hills. Azuki finds another one. 3v3 now. Can Cordy do enough for SFU to put this away?
One kill would be great here. And he's going to get one, and he's going to fall back. Playing in second oranges. This is huge from Cordy. They're pushing in, but Cordy still gets the shot, and Bjorn's with the closer.
What a phenomenal way to shut things down and completely break the hearts of UBC fans all over the world. It was a little bit shaky towards the end of it, but even still, you close things out and you get the job done. You win map number 1. You win it very convincingly if you are Simon Fraser, and you just showcase how much skill you have as a team.
Yeah, I think that Simon Fraser, there's two talking points that I want to go in on. The first of which is, well, Lord Bjorn's. That was absolutely crazy. The man just popped off, especially in that first half. I mean, slowed down a little in the second, but not by much. But the second thing that I want to talk about is that Simon Fraser seemed to be able to pick up a lot of consistent fragging power over the entirety of their squad, even after that early start by Bjorn. I thought that we saw the rest of the squad really flourish there at the end.
Yeah, they really find their own there in Inferno, not just the Bjorn show, but I imagine as we take a look at the highlights for that match, we're about to look at a full frag fest of Bjorn kills, as it really...
Oh, here we go.
You cannot deny that he was the best in the lobby and really gave a lot of time for those adjustments to come out for the rest of his team. I think you really saw on CT, Corey definitely came into his own. You saw a lot of moments where even Benito was looking stronger on CT side. So Simon Fraser definitely showing a lot of dynamic as a team, but most importantly, it's just to know that you can trust to have Bjorn holding your own for your team throughout the whole circumference of a map. It's enough to just give you that comfort in knowing you have time to adjust as a player.
You know, I felt like that 10-second defuse was a real turning point as well for the team as a whole. For Simon Fraser, felt like they gained a lot of confidence off the back of that. And I'm glad you mentioned Cordy, because man, some of those pistol moments from him and those highlights were fantastic, weren't they? Just really impressive.
USP, the CZ, it doesn't matter. Cordy almost looking like RIT Orange, the way that he's using that pistol.
Yeah, lots to love, but it's going to have to be a break for us. It's University of British Columbia's pick, Mirage, right when we come back. Simon Fraser University are going to be looking to continue the dominance that they posted up on Inferno, but Seymour, that was their map pick. Mirage, on the other hand, well, that's the University of British Columbia's. As we head in, what are your expectations? Will things be different, or is it going to be more of the same?
Look, I gotta say one thing and one thing only, because I was rooting for UBC going into this game. But I have to say, I'm switching it up. You know, Simon Fraser, they look too good in that first map. And going into Mirage, if we get that same performance out of Bjorn's, I got to be on my hands and knees praying to Lord Bjorn at the end of this, because he looked like a complete animal. I know we just saw Retina in that first series, but Bjorn, his impact in the game looked even stronger than Retina's.
Yeah, I mean, on that map, there's no world in which that is so dominant in the first half, particularly without Bjorn's impact on that game. Of course, I think that to leave out the rest of the team's impact in the latter half of the map would be a real crime. But with that being said, it should be at least a positive for UBC to see them getting to start. I think on the T side, they were looking good. But you know what else is looking good? Dunkin' Donuts is looking fantastic. And, well, America might run on Dunkin', but you know who else runs on Dunkin'? That's NA Star League. And, well, it is getting a little late here on East Coast time. And I'm absolutely wide awake thanks to Dunkin' Donuts.
You know, if you yourself go and click the Twitch link below and locate your local Dunkin' Donuts, you too can surf on CSGO as good as Simon Fraser can surf from player to player.
All right, let's go. We'll be checking that one out. And of course, thanks so much to Dunkin', one of our amazing sponsors and partners here at the NA Star League. But you know, I think that the situation for UBC is not unwinnable, though. We've talked a lot about Simon Fraser and how good they looked, and I think that's fair. But UBC are a team that are not out of this yet. We've not seen SF use Mirage. We have definitely seen a situation where a team can dominate on one map and then head to another and definitely stall out.
It definitely seems to be the case, and the fact that, you know, Simon Fraser University, when you look at, you know, their map or their maps in the series prior to this, the one win that they do have, it was night and day, map 1 to map 2. I mean, they smoked map 1 and they got smoked in map number 2. So, I mean, Simon Fraser definitely have two sides to their coin, and right now we can see which side of the coin we're going to get here on Mirage.
We got one smoke there for Nadinho. So this is going to be an A split. I think we're going to see a CT smoke more than likely with the players coming up through connector. But actually, I say that Nate's throwing a jungle smoke. So interesting.
Say the least, but here's the flash in. Warren opens up the series. First kill on the Mirage. Nobody home for the rest of it. I mean, this is free real estate, and Bao's gonna make it even more free. Bjorn's down. Suddenly, you're gonna need the big honcho of QWERTY in this pistol to suddenly pop off and hopefully put this USP to use. Does get gushed a little bit, so down to 57 HP. But that's not gonna matter. Colin strikes back. Down to 17 will be the mouse. Nate and Bounce is going to sit hand in hand behind this one. A lot of time getting burned off this bomb. He hasn't gone down. Oh, but Azuki. Best Benito.
So surprised at how ridiculously patient Azuki was there.
Oh, QWERTY doesn't want to be patient. Not at all. Gonna have to force the issue here, but Nate's going to dance with Omen. He takes him to class. Nice double kill there for the Pistols, and UBC finally getting a pistol here. Or, well, I guess they found the pistol back in Inferno as well, but
yeah,
it didn't matter for them.
Their undoing. Indeed. SFU, well, we've seen a lot of force buys. It's been a back and forth sort of opening to the game, and both the halves we've seen. But SFU are going to change things up. They're going to go for a entirely vanilla round here. No investments whatsoever.
Yeah, the difference in pistol rounds from Inferno to this is that it was a CT pistol round win. And the reason that Simon Fraser were able to force buy and, come back and, bounce back in round number 2 was because they got that bomb plant. This time, they're on CT, so they got to stick to these pistols once more.
A little bit more difficult when you're working with less weapon, or with less money, excuse me.
Yeah. Warren hunts down Colin.
That's a freebie.
Oh, and Taco, tap. Can't snap over to Bjorn there, and the USP at least able to take one down. I'm sure Bjorn may even be able to recover this Galil, so that's even better.
Would be interested to see if maybe he wants to go for a couple of exits or save this for the next round. I don't think there's a wrong answer there.
Oh, but look how far away from A they are. I'm sure that there's no even opportunity or no even real reason to take any gunfights if you are Bjorn. Maybe
well,
Benito.
Damage would be the idea, but because you can buy into the next round regardless.
Yeah, you're right.
But,
well, Benito's going to try, at least. And it looks like UBC are going to hunt down this rifle no matter what. So Bjorn has to be aware of certain things. Baus is going to chalk up another set of $600 for that SMG. And Azuki looking as best as they can to get this one. Flash over. This is brilliant.
Nice hunt. UBC walking away with everything that they wanted, and in fact, both SMGs find those additional kills, so that's $1,200 extra dollars injected into the economy of the University of British Columbia. Do love to cash them checks, but SFU, well, they have cashed all the checks. They've purchased all the weapons. And they've got 5 M4s.
Well, Warren opened up this game. Let's see if he can do it again. Colin's going to play a lot more passive. Just drop a smoke. Hopefully, back off a couple of these UBC players. Again, we're back to this patient play from UBC. And the most aggressive we're going to get is player number 7. Walking in through apps. But even still, so patient as Azuki to even try.
Took quite a bit of utility, though, from Nate and Warren to take over the mid control. So, all things considered, I think SFU in a pretty good spot. Of course, that could change at a moment's notice. I mean,
Bombs
you're talking
down.
about, indeed, yeah, situation here where UBC, the drop of the hat, can move to split towards A or split towards B. That's unfortunate.
It is, truly. And this bomb being down still, 40 seconds left. Who's going to go pick it up?
Nice flashbang there. QWERTY setting up Edison perfectly. Not a lot of utility, you notice, for SFU, but they use the little that they have to great effect.
What are they doing? Who's going to pick up this bomb? It's only 26 seconds. Azuki goes down.
I don't think anybody can get there in time. It's got to be A. There's no time to run to B.
No, there's no time at all. QWERTY going to be here, though, to see if they can make matters worse, and they will. Baus goes down. 2 players remaining. A complete blunder into this offensive for UBC. Taco, good for a kill, but all alone on the inside. Nate, 3 seconds left, and Edison's going to bring down the last.
Edison with a triple kill as well. The first of those set up in mid by his teammate, but the final 2, a trade, and the final frag as well. Simon Fraser, a solid round number 1. They let UBC, they really let UBC do whatever they wanted. They allowed them to just take all the time they needed, and UBC, they took that time, but they just took too much of it.
Yeah, you know, I don't even... You give them time to do what they want, but I don't think UBC knew what they wanted to do.
No, they had no clue, unfortunately for them. Well, Edison might be stuck here.
Oh,
Never
no.
mind. Never mind. He's just going to hit a shot.
That Molly was so good to flush out Baus.
That was the only AK purchase that was dropped down. It's trying to be pushed over towards mid.
I like that teamwork.
Over to Warren, who has some armor.
Yeah, and has definitely been a top performer for this team, Taco!
Ooh.
And the Deagle. Looking like actual Taco here, but a lot of damage done from Edison. And the player through jungle. Drops Taco down to 18 HP.
Flashbang, Edison. Same thing, same exact situation as the opening frag last round. This time, the flash not as effective. But it is going to be a UBC push here in towards B. And Benito's the only player actually committed to the site. With finally now Colin, or actually Edison, rotating in.
When they spot it out, Benito snaps around. The crossfire's good. Nate trying to lead the way back into this one, but Warren now last alive. The shots are good for a couple. Forces Benito down to the wall. But now Colin's here to help. They have another crossfire going to be set up. Warren, in a moment's notice, going to be blindsided by this fact, but they let him have an opportunity. Although the opportunity does not turn into anything impactful, it's still a chance nonetheless. 2-2, we go. Simon Fraser brings things back.
Straight back into this one. I gotta say, I've been impressed with SFU's answer to what UBC have put forward in the first 5 or so rounds of this map. Of course, this is a bit less of an impactful round, considering the investments that are made. 4 Deagles, alongside 1 Mac 10. And that is it for UBC.
I love this call from Benito just to get aggressive through apps, clear it out, give more information to your team. Because now you see the rotation from 5. Bjorns is going to take control of mid window. Edison in control of connector. And Edison's going to find 2, so UBC not much wiggle room now. Taco's going to try to edge his way into sight. To a double swing there from Nate, but it's Suzuki, the only one able to deal the at least lethal blow onto 1. Cordy goes down. But even still, this round is just looking impeccable out of Simon Fraser. It's just the amount of determination and honestly, the amount of resilience they have in it just to make sure that they don't really give too much up.
Suzuki's being closed in upon. Great little bait and switch maneuver there by Addison and Colin. They make of themselves easily pick up that 3rd round. It's back to leading ways for Simon Fraser. They were gone for just a few moments. They've been leading this series for a pretty significant portion of the time. Now they do it again, but UBC on the cusp of stopping that. They have an op. It's Warren. And, well, I do wonder if that could be the difference maker. Looks like that's headed over to A for a pick. That's unfortunately going to be an area no one's actually swinging.
No one at all. Colin lines up too!
What? This guy is ridiculous. How does he find that? That's, I mean, mega unlucky from UBC, but timing as well, just so good from Colin.
The dry peak is kind of where it's at for me. It's just Colin kind of was given that for free with the one-way. You can see that, you know, now UBC trying to, you know, press this issue, see if they can at least climb back into the round. And a chance here as beautiful reads coming out from Baus. Bomb's going to go get recovered. Where do we go from here?
Good question. Looks like the answer is going to be B. Look at the aggressive positioning Benito in towards the apartments. 1 kill is great. If he could get both.
Oh, he saw him. He didn't see him.
Oh!
What?
He didn't see him,
Oh
but he
my.
hit him.
Who cares about having vision when you can just no-scope like that? Benito, a little bit of a lesson right there from what is the Warren show for UPC.
UBC fight right back, and it was Bows. Yeah, I mean, listen, Warren, great freaking shot, but Bows is the one who really won that round for UBC, brought them back, dispatching with Bjorn's in the window room, and then through the wall as well, onto I think it was Edison. Just so much work being done there.
I'd say, you know, even though you climb back from that round, I would not be satisfied at all if I was UBC. It was still a little bit sloppy. You did go down early with those first 2 picks because you dry peeked through mid. And it's not the first time either. Addison did the exact same things for a few rounds earlier than that, so it's starting to become a recurring fact.
Well, they might not be happy, but that's what they've got. A very spread out UBC attack right now. They got a couple of players committed towards B, not really gained mid control just yet, but Corby.
Cheeky.
On the
Cha-ching.
smoke, too.
That's all I hear when I see an SMG kill. It's just cha-ching.
You're welcome. I put that in your brain now. Big dollar sign straight into the eyes.
Money, money. Give me the money.
Well, Benito might be working with the Scrooge McDuck. Oh, how is he still taking damage? That Molly spread in a very unusual fashion.
Yeah, 44 HP here. Nonetheless, Benito doesn't care. Don't
They're running
come
away.
to B.
Look,
Don't come to B.
Effective!
Super effective.
It was. The jumping attack, it was super effective.
Let's go over to A, though. What's on the menu for the A side? As Azuki slipped through, Colin unaware. Still 1 player to work with here. It's going to be Cordy. They should know that Cordy is in this position because was able to find a kill earlier than that,
Niall.
but doubles down onto the bomb carrier, too. So suddenly UBC in a little bit of a staggered situation. Bomb does get planted, though, so Azuki still not out of it just yet. A beautiful kill into Cordy who makes this a 1v1. Bomb planted for CT, so Bjorns is going to have to go into uncharted territory just to take this round out. Azuki holding a close angle. Bjorn's going to find an angle, and beautifully played there from Bjorn, winning out the round.
Yeah, he had the kit the whole time. Great quick decision making from Bjorn to just take the fight. He knew that he had to take it. There was no sort of bait and switch moment that was going to push that to the limit in his favor. So, SFU, you know, we kind of discussed this, and I want to bring it back because, Seymour, remember that conversation about how what would the game be like if it wasn't for Bjorn having such crazy impact? Well, I mean, we're not seeing Bjorn have that much crazy impact. I mean, granted, great 1v1 win right there. And they're still very competitive.
And I think it comes off of Edison at this point. Edison was a talking point back on Inferno. Not a talking point in this round, but has been quite the talking point here on Mirage, constantly opening up these rounds. This time, green lights the attack for UBC right down mid as they take full control. I think Edison looks a lot more comfortable on this map than on Inferno, and Bjorn hasn't really had to do too much. Warren wants to climb to the window, see if you can dethrone the king. Well, you can't, and Op recovered.
Nice recovery from Bjorn's. Recovery of the bomb now for UBC as they look to maybe go for a mid-split in towards the A site. And this would be the right decision. I mean, there's really only 1 player committed to the site, and that's in CT. They're now getting some support via Colin.
Yeah, but there's nobody in jungle, so Luckily, Cordy gets into a position to watch the cross, but that could have been a little bit dangerous if left open. And now Cordy slipping underneath.
Oh, but this will be heard. Never mind.
Who cares if it's heard or not? Colin shooting laser beams right now, and still UBC trying to find a way back into this round, trying to find a little bit of control. Not give it to him. Nate down to Cordy. Up, watching the cross. Round number 5 for SFU as they take their round up to 2.
Great round from Bjorn there, but so rude. He broke the potted plant.
Yeah, you know.
Plants are people too. Don't think too much about that statement.
All right, we'll move on from that one.
Good. Edison back on the op. Bjorn gonna throw that over, and Warren has one of his own. So potential battle going on here. Where is this going? Taking a shot over towards a ramp. That was the answer.
Yeah, but even still, they really want mid control constantly, every single round.
It's been a thorn in the UBC side the whole time. But in fairness, Seymour, I mean, mid control, that is the point of this. I mean, Mirage, you don't win T-side without mid control.
Exactly. The only thing is, it seems like it's been the thorn in their whole side because they're giving so much up to Edison for free. Now, in the past round, they dealt with Edison quickly. And yes, Azuki hit the nuttiest shot ever with the Deagle, but now they kind of have a little bit more, riding for them when it does come to this mid control. Edison definitely showing more respect.
100%. You sort of have to after losing out like that. Looks like this is a very interesting position, though, for UBC. They're poised for an A split with the bomb being brought over towards a ramp. Smoke set up for CT, or not CT, this one's jungle. No CT smoke? No, here we go. I was about to say.
And CT smoke's in, but Bjorns drops a molly. Not going to be exactly where they want to, so still an avenue in. Nate B heads Bjorn up top. Azuki's going to double down. Colin has the crossfire, but is it going to be good enough? The spray down from Azuki, keeping things alive for UBC. 9 seconds to get this plant down. And look who's here. Edison with the op. One player left, completely denying the site for UBC. Edison turning up on Mirage one time for the team.
I mean, listen, not to say this was a guarantee, but your op turning up on Mirage, who would have thought?
Me.
Consistently, you see the AWP be such a big factor here, and I am unsurprised to see that continue tonight.
Birdie says, hey, that looks like fun. Let me do it too.
I mean, yeah, they're able to recover the op from UBC, so free double op. I'm oftentimes a bit of a critic of double op setups, but when you get them for free, I am all for free.
Well, Nate doesn't really hit Warren too much, so only losing out on 4 HP.
Where'd that nade go? I want to know.
Deep down through underpass.
Apparently.
Oh, right to the chest. See you later, Taco. Warren gets in. That nade giving a little bit of false confidence over, and Edison, only dropped to 48 HP. That's going to be troublesome for Warren when he does peek back out, and now he's got Bjorn to back him up. Nate goes down to the op of QWERTY. That double op setup looking good until Baus got the deagle in his hand, and he's get the one tap of a lifetime. Unfortunately, can't reignite that again for a second one, and Azuki is going to get sprayed down to the M4, so very explosive efforts at a UBC, but doused by the extinguisher of this double op.
Second op still recovered, and it's a few 7 rounds thus far on their CT side. If you're not familiar with Counter-Strike, this map, you could call it pretty much even with a slight CT bent to it.
I think right now that is the silver lining for UBC is that you still have some room to pull this one back.
Edison wanted this duel as well. He threw the preemptive molly into window, hoping they were going to go for a window smoke, and he would take it for a spin. Instead, it's an A execute.
It's a quick one, too. UBC haven't shown too much aggressive throughout the series, but look at the position of Cordy. I'm not sure if they're going to be aware of this, but they've completely given up Palace, and it might be the bane of this whole complete round. Bomb goes down, but everybody's going to be taking an angle. They're fully surrounded by Simon Fraser players. Bjorn take it down through the smoke. Cordy ends up going down, so the Palace read comes up in the way of UBC. Suddenly things looking good, and now only one player left. It's going to be Benito. Lively as ever, even though this map has not been kind to them. UBC still in it to win it.
Benito hoping to get one or more exits out of this, but that is not going to happen. UBC and Warren specifically. What a read on that Palace player. I mean, you expect with a double up to run into them playing retake on A pretty regularly. So, I don't know. I didn't see it, obviously, but I'm really curious to see if Cordy made some sort of cue or noise to give away his position, because I thought for certain that both of those players sitting in sandwich were dead. I thought it was absolutely guaranteed, but Warren reads him like a book.
Yeah, so we get a timeout here from Simon Fraser now, and it's perfect timing, too, after a round loss like that. See if they can ice UBC for a moment, bring them back down, give time for Simon Fraser to, just ride the waves so far that they've been going with. Not the double up setup, but they still buy up if you're Edison. No head armor for these AKs, which honestly wouldn't matter anyways, so we're gonna get some mid-aggression. Bjorn sneaks into underpass. Not sure if Warren saw that.
I don't think he did, but Edison going down for the trouble isn't ideal in the slightest. That spawn a little bit less than perfect, and you're suddenly at risk, like we saw right there.
What do you do now if you're Bjorn in this situation? Because you got the Deagle, but barely alive in this situation. Not that they know you're here. The Molly's going to force him down. Azuki, another one to add to the tally of kills that this player has accumulated throughout DOS, because we keep talking about Edison, but Azuki for UBC has been phenomenal for the team, and it doesn't look like they're going to be stopping. A couple shaky shots from Taco still finishes the job. Colin's turn now, as a lot of damage going to be done onto Warren. Even a kill onto Nate should allow for a little bit of a retake with Cordy, but now it's going to be SEAL team. Get him out of there.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the right decision. The economy for SFU is taking a beating, and with that op recovery as well, that is extra money in the bank. Still 3 rounds to play in this half, so go with what they can make. The other thing to note there for UBC is they made their map control work. They took mid.
They did.
And they finally got success there. I mean, in fairness, the up taken out. That was what it took.
And you noted it too. The spawn from Edison, not ideal for that too. Warren completely beats him out to that position. And Bjorn could have made things interesting with dropping down to underpass. The only thing is, I don't think I really like the peek back to mid with only the Deagle. I think you kind of bite the bullet with that one and see if you can fish for a kill on the opposite side towards stairs. If you recover a rifle with a kill onto Azuki, it could have been your way back in for SFU.
Definitely could have been. A hard one to determine,
though.
Please,
run, Warren!
Yeah, Warren has certainly gotten out of there, but 2 players re-aggressing.
Oh no.
This is difficult.
Oh, okay.
Nice shots. Great trade.
Just gonna leave that up. Leave it be.
No, Bjorn's is on the way.
Oh, yeah. Give it over. Rifle or op?
Mine.
Op all day. The only thing is, it beats like kind of open here, especially now that Benito's down.
Benito's had some struggles in this one. Saved up, ringing out, but only for a moment. And another save forthcoming. UBC, they're probably going to go on the hunt this time, though.
You would imagine, especially if you can take at least one of these ops out of the hands of SFU. They have been quite the thorn in the impact of these T rounds. in the past, the double op setup for Simon Fraser. But I think that, they've kind of given them enough room that this op, or both of these ops, will carry over.
Yeah, I thought that UBC would be a little bit more hungry for some additional bloodshed, but apparently they're perfectly fine to let SFU save whatever they want.
It is Halloween. 'Tis the season for bloodshed.
Yeah, it is indeed. But
Or at least October. It's not Halloween yet.
yeah,
Wishful
we're still
thinking.
early in there. SFU, regardless of that, they are going to get the 3-player saves, and that is going to give them a massive amount of utility. Basically everything they want. Edison, the sole exception to that fact. And look at this. Look at this. UBC, they're going for the very fast A execute. And they're going to be walking into these ops.
I don't think Simon Fraser really going to be ready for this one. If they do, keep with pace. But UBC comes to a halt, and he will not overwhelm them just yet through the smoke. See you later, Nate. See you next round.
Yeah, just caught a glimpse of him before that smoke popped out. And, oh, that Molly. That's a miss Molly.
Taco.
Oh, my goodness.
I thought for a second maybe Edison would have a little bit of a lapse of judgment, but beautiful shots to the smokes for your op player. And now Warren all alone. 1v5. Let's see it. Or not.
No. Just no. Shut down before he could even think about a clutch. SFU gonna confirm the victory in this first half. Two maps, 2 half wins is at least what SFU have right now. But I think 9-6 would be very good for SFU. 8-7, I mean, you call that pretty much even.
Yeah, I think UBC, you look at this and you think you were down 7-3 at one point. 8-6 right now, this is fantastic comeback.
Yeah, you're doing fine. This is absolutely, sort of mentality-wise, if you think about it from both sides, I think nobody's feeling unhappy, regardless of this outcome.
I'm surprised, after a whooping on Inferno, this team does not budge at all for UBC. The mentality is strong. Yorin here now. Okay, 2 boosts up for UBC. The only thing is, it is a 2-for-2 trade on the inside. Still here will be Edison in this op. The Molly to block the rotations won't dissuade them at all. Collins just going to walk through the fire and flames to take down UBC down to 1 player here, Taco. And I've seen Taco, put in the work so far for UBC. Here and now. A clutch would be monumental. Calling for the one-way. Low on health. Headshot for Taco. Cordy. Smoke's going to dissipate here with the op, and Taco will not be ready. 9-6 half for Simon Fraser. And the double op setup, man. Cordy and Edison. 14 kills, 16 kills. They were a brick wall.
They were. I mean, the 2 of them were able to cover the ground the Bajorans did on map number 1. 30 frags between the 2 of them is an impressive showing for the first half. And you could see on the other side of that, UBC, no one really doing that same heavy lifting. Azuki, the only one close to that. And listen, I mean no disrespect to Azuki, but was often playing a bit of a lurker role. And so some of those frags not as impactful as the ones we were seeing from Edison and Cordy.
You are right. And at the start of this game, I was saying that I was all for SFU. There was a little bit of a silver lining to that one, is to see if Lord Bjorn was turning up the way he was. This time, a little bit quiet, so not out of the running is UBC. They could definitely get this one down. Bomb down so fast. 3 players towards CT side, and Baus gets blindsided by him.
Yeah, the triple CT setup is strong, but Taco tapping away. This might be the way back in, but never. Ooh, possibly not. Cordy.
Classy with those pistols. Taco still has to put in the work. Good for 1. Almost a 4th one there. A little bit of team shots coming up from Warren, but okay.
No time.
There's just no time to get it done, but still as good as ever. These shots for UBC, they're there. And they are warm now.
Yeah, but I mean, listen, I'm going to say one of those obvious things that are very obvious, but, you know, rounds win games. It doesn't matter how good it looked.
Thanks.
So, I agree, but UBC, they can have fun winning all of those gunfights. If they lose the rounds, it's irrelevant.
Captain Obvious over here. Just write that down. Write that down.
Hey, listen, you know, they call me an analyst. I don't know why, but they do.
10-6. Simon Fraser first to double digits.
Good point. Yeah.
I said this
for the second time.
Yeah, I said this in the last, but or the last pistol round. But the fact that Simon Fraser find the round win on the T side, UBC still stuck on pistols for the second round of the half. So I think I'm surprised that Simon Fraser don't buy up to any SMGs. But I think they just want to continue their success. Just make sure it's consistent.
I've seen two schools of thought here. There's the, well, maybe three. There's the buy 5 MAC-10s people and just run it down B. There's the buy 5 rifles people, which is clearly SFU. And then there's the, you know, put her in the full house. You know, 2 SMGs, 3 rifles, or vice versa. And that's the perfect idea. I don't know what I'm on board with, but clearly there's some discussion.
Simon Fraser, they want to get this round done quick. Bomb plants on A. It looks like that is their avenue. 211. Azuki sitting in window. Actually gets the better of Colin, recovering that Galil. Might be something here, but the time is dwindling, and you don't have any kits for your team. So if you're going to make a chance for this, you need to go now. And here we go. Off the flash is going to be a full push in from the rest of them, and it is just lambs to the slaughter right now. Benito, Cordy, Addison, everybody gets a turn.
Well, you said they needed to get it done, and SFU certainly get her done there, making it look easy. Of course, it is easy when you're working against just pistols. Now, the rifles. It's Taco with the op. Oh, interesting. Okay. Is Taco... I think Taco might have a spawn for A main.
It looks like that.
It's hard to see, to be honest, but...
Or the spawn for window is what Taco gets, so...
Oh, yeah, Taco had the spawn window.
Thing is, a little bit of a offset. Side and execute. So nobody will be there to challenge that op. Getting aggressive through underpass. Taco still might have a chance to make an impact, but falls off the smoke and will resupply some cover. Oh, bow. Oh, bow.
He's caught him. That's Edison down to the nade to follow up.
Beautiful. Taco to back him up. Suddenly UBC thinking about 7. The thing is, now you have to play your angles because there's still AKs on the field and you don't want to give up anything for free.
No freebies. Not in this game. Not at this time. SFU, though, this is one of those situations where they invested so heavily that this isn't even a real bonus round. This is a buy round, really.
Right.
And so they don't want to lose it, but they're down by a 2-man disadvantage. And 1 player towards A, 2 towards B. I don't even know where they go. There's no smokes. Just a couple nades, a molly, and a flash. That's it.
There's a chance and some timing to overwhelm Warren before Bouse repositions.
It's about a contact play.
But here it is. Warren falls off. Bouse, red. Suddenly Warren now has to put in extra work and overtime and able to find the one. Azuki offside actually takes down Cordy, so it's all up to Bjorn, and you know Bjorn has been the magic man for the team, but not this time.
Man, did it look a little close though, a little scary for UBC, but no bomb plant. That means that there's no buy here potentially for SFU. I mean, 3 players can afford weapons.
There it is.
Colin's going to be looking at maybe Galil, and yeah, I was about to say Edison has no money. I don't know what happened to Edison's cash.
You're so smart.
MP5 for Warren.
Oh, well, that is...
A little different.
That's something.
I mean, I don't think the MP5 is terrible. It's just... It's not the MP9.
Yeah, you know, this isn't bad when you have this.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, QWERTY is going to go down. Nate, aggressive to Palace. Mizuki, aggressive towards Akon, so... That shot from Colin, I mean... Talk about the Galil coming out, well...
Jordan,
at least make the best out of
that,
it.
buddy. That is the most casual walk-through smoke I've ever seen.
Hey, you know, he's just taking a quick trip down memory lane.
Like, no flash, no nothing. Doesn't try to lurk out the side of the smoke or, like, get into, like, some cover. Just straight through the middle.
This round's not out of the picture just yet. You can see, considering that you still have Bouse all the way over to B, this is a 2v2 for the site. And Edison and Colin have both been fantastic throughout Mirage, so I'm not going to put it past them to take this one out. Crossfire between Taco and this op, and Nate on danger. Could be something. Nate's going to hit him down to 30. They know he's there. Colin hits the head, upgrades the AK. Taco suddenly in a situation where you need this one, and you're going to get it. Edison in a 1v2, but here comes Bouse for the quick rotation, and UBC, they stay on this road.
So, 2 rounds in a row for UBC. They pick themselves up and put them back on their feet. To put them in towards 8 rounds now. Taco's working that up pretty darn well, which is interesting. I mean, we saw Warren with it in the T half. Not a lot of opping happening on Inferno for the UBC team. But Taco, he's been pretty good. I'm really excited to see a little bit more from him. Though I don't know if that's going to happen this round, as we got a B push. It's looking like a contact play. Not a rush yet. It's only when they're spotted that they pick up the pace.
Oh, here we go. Well, they're going to rush right into the molly. And in the fire, they burn, and they burn deep.
Yeah, those are 30-degree burns right there. Not good.
You ever have a 3rd-degree burn?
I have not. I've been reliably informed they are very painful, though.
One time I did. Sunburn, too.
Ooh.
Out at the beach, you don't put sunscreen on, you're out for too long, and for the next couple of weeks, you are just regretting that decision.
Pro tip, the sun is hot.
Sunscreen is your friend. Honestly, PSA, if you don't wear sunscreen outside, even when you're driving your car, you are not smart.
Oh boy. We've just angered people, I have a feeling.
I do. That sun hurts.
It does.
I'll say.
Like I said,
it's
PSA,
so important to your health to wear sunscreen.
We are into a pause here, so a tech issue more than likely. We had a tack pause right before this, so something changed. I don't know what, but
I'll back off my statement there for a second. Like you said, for anybody there, if you can't wear sunscreen, medically, that's something else.
You're not making it better.
No, yeah, I'm not. I'm not. We'll move on. Well, let's move on for a second. For a second, Edison drops from the lobby. He's back.
So maybe a bit of a ping issue or some such. That usually is what that looks like. Regardless, I'm sure we'll get things figured out soon enough. By the way, Edison, I'm looking at this 100 ADR on the game. That's solid, really solid. And QWERTY not too far behind at 92 as well. So,
I'm liking this CT side from UBC. It's looked a lot better than the CT side on Inferno. And I think you're right. Azuki, back on their T side, a lot of those picks a little bit inflated in those kills, being as like those lurking picks weren't as impactful as Edison and QWERTY. But Now on the CT side, Azuki and Baus playing over towards B have given them a lot of confidence to really make sure that Simon Fraser shouldn't be pushing over there too often.
That's a fair point, yeah. I mean, it definitely has not been easy to overcome that area. And, well, SFU, Edison looks like he's purchasing up, so I think we're going to be getting underway here shortly. This is a big round, a very important round for a couple of reasons, okay? First of all, SFU, they are on the cusp of being broken again. If they don't get a bomb plant, they can't buy. So, bomb plant, very important. The other thing is that UBC, if they deny the bomb plant, I mean, you're talking 2 rounds. You're right in the distance of the comeback. To tie this game up 11-11, that would be massive. And, of course, Dust 2 waiting in the wind if UBC can actually make this comeback and win this map.
I would want to see Dust 2. It's been forever since I have cast a Dust 2, so I am rooting for UBC to send us the distance. No bias.
Well, no bias here. To be fair, I did pick SFU, so it kind of balances out.
It does. It does. I think you're thinking of Simon Fraser. Where would you kind of pinpoint an area for them to try to expose? It looks like they're going to give a shot over to...
All right, dude.
Azuki, who? All right, Taco. now you need some Taco performances here.
He's got the profile picture down, flashbang to allow entry into CT. This is the win con, right, for SFU getting into this position.
Okay.
But Jordan.
What is up with people shooting through things? Bounce to the nade. Locks down the kill for Edison. 2v4, the retake so far so good. Up on top of Danger is going to be Taco. He is the Danger!
Are you kidding me, Taco? That was ridiculous. He was blind. I understood he barely saw him before he was blind, but what the hell was that?
That was Taco. That was insane. I mean, you slap that in your montage.
Jesus. It's a good thing SFU didn't see that, because if they did, they'd quit. They'd stop right now.
Oh boy.
They'd be like, can we end the game here? 11-10, we win.
Double digits though now for UBC. Already better performance than we got on Inferno. Nate snapped on by Colin and the Deagle. But now you got to walk through Taco, and this Optus has not been missing. It's Mark Benito finally able to shut down Taco. And Cordy's going to make this one interesting. The only thing is, Baus already on the rotation, and Warren has got his back. 11-11, they tie it up.
Man, double op CT side Mirage is a real beast. Both these teams putting it to great effective use cases here. And Taco, another brilliant round from him. Talk about individuals stepping up. Taco in this second half is just
when you talk about
made the difference.
You were a little bit worried seeing Warren drop the op to Taco for the CT side, but
let me clarify.
I'm not worried at
I
all.
was not worried. I just noted it.
He's just keen on seeing, what he had, and keen on it was, and not anymore. Oh, Baus. Yeah.
Oh.
Just Bjorn things.
Nice shot. Yeah, there's not a lot you can do there. The aggression last round towards underpass was seen. And so SFU, good on them for taking note of that and making it a point to deal with it in this round.
Zuki's here to back up Taco through connector, but that nade drops Taco down to 15 HP now.
Smoke as well to bar Taco out of further impact.
Zuki doubles down through that. Edison will get the better of Nate. On the inside of the side, Azuki snapped on Edison. Can't forget about this op player either. And now it's Warren's turn. Benito should have the jump onto him. And he will.
Oh, Benito played that perfectly, but Taco versus 3. He's already picked up Edison. The plant, though, this is plant perfect position.
An undeniable so far through Mirage. The flash throw might not hit Taco, but it's enough to divert the attention for a brief second. And Cordy, that's 21 kills for Cordy, as kind of flying under the radar, still top fragging throughout the lobby.
Yeah, Cordy doing a very good job over the second map. I feel like when it comes to individual performances, Cordy's had some very good consistency over both this map and the last. Able to pick up, double kills here and there.
Oh,
and well, that's what happens when you don't have the spawn.
But Taco gets it back, so.
Well, quick trade, and it's.
Oh no. Does he expect Nate? No, he doesn't.
How could you, though?
It's the buddy system.
So difficult. You often see an aggression, but the double aggression towards Palace is certainly a rarity. But SFU, they've worked their way out onto the site.
Oh, no.
And Warren, he's down. Walking through the smoke with an op is never going to be good.
It's the one thing that you really get moving Azuki from the B site now to the A site is suddenly Apps is completely open, and Simon Fraser, it looks like they finally caught on to that one. So they walk onto B for free, and Warren, by the time you turn around, it's too late.
So 2 rifles going to be saved by UBC. I'd imagine SFU don't have the economy to fight for this. And yeah, they're going to be exiting together. So just to do some quick maths, UBC just lost 1 round. So they're going to be on 1,900 loss bonus, I believe. And that is not good math when it comes to buying into this round. Even with these saved rifles, there's just not enough to drop any. I'm thinking they're going to have to save around them.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait to see what we get out of the rest. Good utility between
don't
Taco
be scared of the math.
and Nate. Zuki on the Deagle. And USPs.
So yeah, save around these buys. Hope that they can be enabled by these pistols to do something magical. That's where Nate's at.
Stack to A though. So seems they have the right call.
Is that a good smoke? Interesting. It kind of felt like a very laissez-faire approach to throwing that smoke, but fair enough.
Soon enough, Taco's going to need to move. Edison fishing right now with the op. If anybody's going to open up the site, it's going to be Edison.
So player tucked in sandwich. That's Azuki.
And here it comes. Suzuki's going to be forced out by the Molly. Green light for SFU. Cordy checks down hell.
What a pre-fire.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Nate's turn now. Here's your rifle. No trigger discipline. Just going to take it head on. Finds 2. Third one's there, but Benito's going to get the better. 2v3. Taco's here. Hop in hands and the equal. Now going to have to go for a little bit more, but here comes Bjorn's flank, and Warren a little unaware of the task at hand. And here we go. I mean, Taco has been great, but how great here will be determined with the end of it. Walking over to Danger. Molly's it off. Has the kit.
He's got a kit. He's got
the kit. He's going to stick it out. Oh, but Edison wants to throw and he gets it.
No, but they have the round. UBC, they won.
I know. He wins
that's
it out.
Ridiculous.
MJB, he did it back on overpass to start off this night, but now to almost end the night, Taco harnessing a little bit of that power.
I cannot believe that. I mean, it was a perfectly intelligent play there from Taco, though. The Molly buying enough time in the kit.
Pros don't fake.
Oh, how does Edison win that? Taco had the timing. He had the spawn.
Sometimes you just gotta think Pawn
Think
shot
fast,
first.
run fast.
And so did Edison. Here we go. Warren's turn now with the double op. Doubles down on the inside. A little bit of crossfire here from QWERTY. Gets the angle needed. Rotations will be here for UBC in time to hopefully deny this plant, but Molly backs them up for good enough time. If you play your cards right and your timing right, there's a 2v2 chance on this site. Smoke to block off Market. Forcing Nate onto the inside with this M4. Benito dancing between these pillars. And Azuki might have a chance to open this one up. Nate goes down. Azuki finds one. And Benito trades things out. 14 rounds for SFU. The last one was just a little bump in the road.
On the way into that round, though, UBC, they invested everything that they had. They put it all on the line and they lost it. This is a force buy. UBC, they're committing. They're committing to try and win here and now, Seymour. And it's up against everything that SFU has. And look at this.
Get the right
It's going to be an A stack. They're headed towards B.
Oh, this is going to be
There's
troublesome.
only one player there.
Warren needs to have the best performance he's seen so far in collegiate play.
They don't check him.
No pressure.
Surely they don't.
They walk through. Warren's here for one. Warren's here for two. Maybe a third. Upgrades to the AK, and it's going to be not number 3, but a lot of damage done.
He's done the work. He has done his job here. Now it's on to the rest of UBC. Can they do it? Can they find it? Their undefeated season could be ending here.
Could be. But doesn't seem like they've caught on just yet to UBC. Edison, the smoke dissipates. There's a 1-for-1 op recover for Nate. Haven't seen him with this gun just yet. It doesn't look like Benito's going to let him have any more moments either. Azuki, 1v2. Looking to stay away from match point. Tucked in between a rock and a hard place. And Benito, the rock of the round. Simon Frazier, match point.
This series going the distance in the second map, but oh my goodness. Is it close? It's going to be another pistol buy here for UBC. But in reality, with the economy of SFU the way it is, if UBC could pick this round up, I think this is still very much doable.
Couldn't agree more. Thing is, SMG's a deal. I think the last round was a little bit of a wake-up. Oh, is Colin check it? Yeah, he does, and oh, Nate's a fall too. Suddenly things looking a little worse for wear.
Tragedy striking here for UBC. 3 players surviving against the 5. The A site hit. It came so fast and
oh, Taco finds one too. Op picked up for Bows. Bomb's going over to B though.
What? It is, you're right. That's crazy.
QWERTY, he can end this one before it even starts. Bjorn takes down Bows with a shot in the back of the head, and Warren, 1v3. Series life on the line. Bjorn watching through connector, and that's going to be all. Simon Frazier University. They came, they saw, they conquered, and they're going to push their record to 2-0 here in the Open Premiere.
Well, and they made it look simple on map number 1, but map number 2, a different story entirely. I gotta say, I was very impressed with what UBC put forward. I think Azuki as adjustment on towards that second map, and of course, Taco. The story of that second half as well. So good with the AWP. It felt like just the dreams of UBC were on his back at times, but unfortunately that pressure was just a little bit too much to handle.
Yeah, the weight of the world's on the shoulders, and it's too much to handle and too much to bear if you are University of British Columbia. They won't make it to Dust 2, but, you know, they put up quite the showcase there on Mirage. Ultimately, they fall flat, and our victors for today, Simon Frazier, they are probably going to be ecstatic after that one as well. Winners of the map, winners of the series, and that is going to push them now to, what, 4-1 map count, 2-0 series record here in the Open Premiere, and really cementing themselves as one of the teams to beat.
Definitely is. I mean, there's just no question about that. But let's take a look at how they made it there with these replays. Let's look at them. I feel like the consistency here was obviously Bajoran. This, I think, tells the story. That triple kill from Bajoran, and then this, I think, was the turning point for UBC. They just could not mentally get back in after this outcome. That is the full 10-second defuse on an eco win.
Body stacking it too.
Yeah, I mean, well, actually, great offset there as well, just to not line up or anything. But regardless, I think that the conversation point here is definitely looking to Simon Fraser as one of those teams that can start to stand up against the best of the best in this division.
And it was a question going into Mirage, you know, when Bjorn isn't having a superstar performance, what does Simon Fraser have in their arsenal for damage? And Edison, you know, definitely made a statement. Colin at times made a statement. There were plenty of players who kind of stepped up.
Yeah.
Courtney was top fragging for majority of that too. I'm not sure if he was top fragging towards the end of it, but a lot of players for Simon Fraser really kind of made a name for themselves on Mirage, just showing that, yeah, Inferno was the Bjorn show, but, you know, Mirage was a full team effort from Simon Fraser.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that there's a lot to love from this UBC team as well. I don't want to leave them out. I think Bjorn had some very good moments, and Baus, particularly the consistency that he was putting on, was impressive. I think if there's anybody who we could look towards on that UBC side, it is Baus to be that most consistent factor. But it just wasn't quite enough to overwhelm. And you know, even later on, I think Benito, unfortunately for me, I had high expectations, maybe a little lower than I was expecting. Even stepped up big time when it came to the back end of that map. But the good news is that we are headed towards our interview. We're going to get to talk to a Simon Fraser player. Let's take a look who we get to speak with. Hello.
Hello, everyone.
How are you doing?
Feels awesome. Feels awesome to beat a local rival.
Big victory indeed. The Canadian matchup all the way. So going into this, you know, speaking of rivalry, what were y'all's expectations?
We knew we could win, definitely. Going in, we knew that their IGL was prone to tilting, and we knew if we won rounds early, we could beat them.
Well, Inferno, you looked like you rolled and did the task that you were looking to get done. I do gotta ask, you know, because, you know, even though your Inferno looked good, Mirage, what was a struggle point for your Mirage? Because there was quite a pushback there compared to Inferno. What were you guys kind of trying to work around a little bit more?
I felt our Mirage was good as well. It certainly wasn't as good as our Inferno. I would like to thank Braden Good4T Jones for carrying us on Inferno right here. But on Mirage, we gave them early picks mid on CT side, and that was kind of messing up our hold, but other than played well.
Well, speaking of playing well, you particularly played very well in that second map. What do you think enabled you to step up that performance in such a massive way from map 1 to map 2?
I just saw Bajoran carry us on Inferno, and I got motivated.
Hey, I love to hear that. I mean, that's great.
It's so simple, and that leads into, you know, next week for your team. Is there anything you guys feel like you need to, you know, prepare a little bit more for the rest of this open premiere to see if you guys can, you know, level up to almost be untouchable at the top of your standings?
I think we need to work on our comms. Other than that, we're like all strong gamers, and I believe in my team.
Love that.
Hey, a man who believes in his team is a man I can believe in as well. Last question, Corey, before we let you go. Do you have anyone that you wanted to shout out or say hello to while you have the chance?
I'm loves this 2018. That's all I gotta say.
Alrighty, well,
Okay.
Courtney, thanks so much for taking the time. Congratulations to you and your team, and we look to see you next time here on the stream.
Thank you for having me. Good night.
Of course. Glad to talk to new faces here on the stream, and that was Courtney from Simon Fraser University. Seymour, any final thoughts before we look to get going? I know it's been a blast, but it's just about that time, isn't it?
A little bit of a mysterious shout out at the end there from Cordy, but you know, maybe just shout out a good old dear friend in Twitch chat. It was great, you know, coming out from both of our series that we saw today. You know, I think, you know, especially for Open Premiere being somewhere we're trying to showcase, you know, new teams coming into the scene, especially for, you know, CSGO. I'm liking what I even saw out of UBC. Even though they lost today in a 2-0 fashion, that Mirage, it looked good. And I think that if they played the Mirage, or if they played the Inferno like they played the Mirage, a little bit more confident in a lot of their play styles and a lot of more of their strats, it could have been a lot closer of a series than what we did see. But going into the future for UBC, I don't want to keep their or look at them to, you know, keep their heads low. You know, I think that they should really raise their chin high with the performance that they put on today. They looked good, and in our first series of the day, you know, between the two, I think when you're looking at Michigan Tech versus RIT Orange, it goes to show that here in NACE Star League for CSGO, the competition is limitless.
It's absolutely steep competition indeed. And well, that competition will be continuing throughout the week and into next week. Tuesday's where we start. Monday, no stream, but Overwatch 2 and League of Legends for Tuesday. And of course, Seymour, you'll be back with Call of Duty. And then actually, I too will be back for Valorant next week on Wednesday, and then Smash for Thursday, and of course I will be back on the stream on Friday as well. A whole lot of esports. Definitely get your games in and keep an eye out for these fantastic different games that we can see on the same place here, starting at the same time. But Seymour, thanks so much for joining me. It's been a pleasure as always, and one last shout out and thank you to all of our sponsors and Extra Life, Coursera, Monster, BetterHelp, Duncan, and of course Mavix as well. And well, thanks so much for watching. We'll see you here next time. Have a good one.